each team. At the last 2-minute mark and also at the final 45 seconds mark, our timekeeper Jovin will announce the time check in the Zoom chat. And as for the Q&A session, the time check will be at the last 1-minute mark, and there will be another one at the final 30 seconds mark. The judges will then be given some time to deliberate on a decision before the top 3 teams are announced. We will invite these teams to take a photo with the judges over Zoom later on.
Now, we'd like to invite Developers to the Club's lead, Amelia, to give a quick introduction to DSC and Hack for Good. Amelia, please.
Sure. Thanks, Hui Ling. First of all, thank you so much for joining on a Saturday afternoon. I hope the competition has been fun for all of you so far. And just as a brief introduction to DSC, we are a student-based group focused on implementing technology solutions for social causes. And there's actually many DSCs within Singapore. There's one in SMU, one in SUTD, NTU, and so on. So if any of you are going to those universities, you can consider joining those as well. So basically what we do in our chapter of DSC, we have external as well as internal sides. And on the internal side, we have the Hack for Good hackathon, Tech for Good workshops, where we focus on sharing more about tech such as machine learning, algorithmic trading, and so on to people not necessarily with a background in tech, and also industry talks that hopefully allow people to get more of an insight into tech as a whole. And on our external side, I'll just share a little bit more. We work closely with nonprofit organizations to implement solutions that will be used in their nonprofit organization in the future. So that side's a little bit more long-term, and I think that it's also a great chance for you to learn more about tech. So yeah, if you have any more questions, don't hesitate to ask anybody with the DSC Zoom background, and all of the best for the rest of the pitches. And I hope it's been a fun 2 weeks.
Hack for Good this year had astounding 240 participants and 90 teams. And this would not have been possible without the support of our valuable sponsors and partners. So here is a big thank you to our sponsors, NUS Office of Student Affairs, our platinum sponsor, who has also provided 2 problem statements. We also have Quest Ventures, Sustainable Living Lab, and PayPal. There's also a shout out to our partner NPOs, Access Singapore, Girls in Tech Singapore, and Gifted Forward, who have provided the other 3 problem statements that our teams have been working on. Last but not least, DSC has been working hand in hand with Conjunct Consulting to make this event a reality.
Next, let's welcome our honorable panel of judges. First, we have Jeremy Au, who is the head of strategic project at Monk's Hill Ventures and also co-founder of Conjunct Consulting. He has also co-founded multiple startups and has also been awarded Forbes 30 Under 30 and Prestige 40 Under 40. Jeremy, would you like to say hi to the participants?
Hi, everyone. I'm excited to be back in Singapore and back hanging out with the Social Impact. Shout out to the Conjunct Consulting folks who have continued to keep the flag going high. And of course, Sean, we used to meet back in, Sean, another judge, we used to meet in our Conjunct Consulting days in Audible Hearts, one of our first clients who believed in us. So, and of course, big shout out to organizers and the nonprofits. Excited to see what everyone is going to do today. And, just look at this as a spirit of both contribution and learning.
All right, thank you, Jeremy. Next, we have Sean Low, who is the co-founder of Better.com, startup valued at $4 billion as of their latest Series D raise. He was also a consultant at the Boston Consulting Group. Sean, do you want to say hi to the participants?
Hey everyone, like Jeremy and the other and Alexis, I think we're all very, very happy and honored to be here, right? We're very excited to see the work, right? We've had one session now reviewing all the work, and now we have this group of finalists. We're very excited to kind of interact with all of you and look forward to a great discussion ahead.
All right, thank you, Sean. Next, we have Alexis Go, who is a software engineer at Open Government Products. She was also a computer vision researcher at White Rabbit AI, who is doing cancer detection. Alexis, would you like to say hi to the participants?
Yeah, hi everybody. Yeah, like Sean and Jeremy said, really excited to be here. Overall, I've been really impressed by all the projects I've seen so far, and I'm really excited to hear what you guys have to say. And yeah, very impressed overall. Excited.
Thank you, judges. Next will be welcoming our judges from the NPOs. First, we have Josephine and Wei from NUS Office of Student Affairs. But they are not here right now. They'll be joining us later. So next we'll have Ashwini Baidia from Girls in Tech Singapore. Ashwini, would you like to say hi?
Sure. Hey, everyone. It's Ash. Firstly, congratulations to all of you for making it here in the finalist round. We've seen all the solutions before, and it's really impressive, and I'm really excited to get to know a little bit more. Thank you so much for your efforts in working for our problem statement, and good luck for the competition. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Ash. So next we'll have Teresa Evanoff from Gifted Forward. Teresa.
Hi, everybody. Thank you again for your time and taking these past 2 weeks to put your efforts into helping all of us to do good in the community. So we look forward to hearing your pitches. I've seen some of the pitches already, and as some of the other judges have said, it's very impressive, and I look forward to seeing your presentations today. Thank you.
Thank you, Teresa. Last but not least, we'll have Adrian Yong from ASEC Singapore. Adrian?
Hi everyone. Yep. Thanks so much for all the solutions pitched over the last few weeks, and really excited to hear like the explanation and the thinking behind some of the solutions you have presented. Yeah, and looking forward to hear from the judges as well on their insights as people who have built solid social enterprises and co-founded amazing startups.
Thank you so much to our judges for making time on a Saturday afternoon as well. And without further ado, let us welcome the 10 teams that have made it to the finale. Congratulations to these teams, Swibo here, Script for Good, Angel Young and Mist, The Social Senses, NUS Connects, Techtris, StemQuest, Blank Baby, and Give Good. Thank you so much for making it for the finale.
Now we'll be starting off the presentation with Give It Forward's problem statement. For this, let's invite our first team who will present their solution today, which is Blank BB. So Blank BB, please.
Okay, so we will start in 3. Okay, so I'll just count down. Okay, 1, 2, 3.
Oh my god, I got too many gifts this Christmas. A few people gave me the same gifts, but do I really need this? What should I do? I have too many gifts. I don't think I can use them all.
Have you heard of the Giving Tree? It's a mobile application that allows you to give gifts to those who need it.
Sure, let me try this out. I just need to scan this. Seems like there's a match. I will just deliver this to them.
Wow, thank you so much. I really wanted this gift.
So what you have just seen will become a reality if you choose us. Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Joanne from Team Blank BB, and we will be presenting on our solution, the Giving Tree, to Gift It Forward, which is addressing the problem statement of making gifting more meaningful for both the recipients and communities in need while reducing gift waste. And without further ado, let's begin. Addressing the problem statement, our solution, the Giving Tree, is a mobile application that allows children to share the joy of giving, enabling them to learn the importance of giving in a more meaningful manner. Let's say a child has a gift that he does not want or something that he just wants to share. He or she can decide to give it away by submitting a request to give this gift away to someone else that needs it more than him or her. There will be a matching done on the back end to match the gift with someone from our charity partners they would like to receive. So once there is a matching and a confirmation has been made from both parties, the gift will be delivered to the other party, and that's as simple as that. So the motivation of our solution, the Giving Tree, is to first prevent or reduce wastage. Something that you do not want may be something that others need. And furthermore, it ensures that no gift given without mutual consent from both parties will become wasted, because it reduces wastage that arises from usual gift giving process. Secondly, to make it more meaningful, there is this theme of sharing. Through sharing of gifts, it will not only bring joy to the recipients, but as well as the giver. Sharing is caring is the important lesson that we want to teach children. The gamification of giving enables this process to be more fun for children as well. And other application features such as the list of those benefited will help to bring a sense of accomplishment to the child, which helps to motivate him or her to continue this lifelong habit of giving. So next, I will hand over the time to Audrey to explain about the process of our solution.
Thank you, Joanne. So how is this gamification done? Upon gifting or for every gift given, the selected icon will fill up by a level. And once there is a match, the list of recipients as well as their note to the giver will be made available to them. By seeing the rise in the levels, we hope that this will bring them a sense of accomplishment for giving and also a goal to work towards to completing the filling of the icon. Moving on, what makes our solution different from any other in the market is that currently there are no similar apps that screens through beneficiaries' wish list to match gifts that children want to give away. For example, during parties when they receive more gifts than they can use, they may want to breathe new life into these gifts, knowing that the new owners will have better purpose for them. Gift It Forward currently works by putting money towards getting gifts that children want, but we can't be sure that friends and families that are unaware of this pooling circle would give them gifts that they actually want. And when that happens, it will only create wastage. We can eliminate this by seeing if these gifts that they want to donate matches with what individual beneficiaries from charity organizations want. It becomes a win-win for both the giver and recipient. Also, there are less restrictions in the form of gift giving now, as it need not be in monetary form as compared to before. Children are able to give physical gifts that they get but are unable to use it well. This makes it more meaningful too, since it is not always about money, but rather one's appreciation towards the gift that they really want. Moreover, children now have more ownership since they can access the app easily via their parents' mobile phones, which they definitely have greater access to as compared to our website. They can track the recipients and monitor their giving habits from the app itself and be compelled to give more. On top of that, when children get to interact somewhat with the recipients of this gift, scrolling through the list and seeing how they really made a change in their lives just through a small action of their own, I'm sure it will leave a lasting impact on them. Being able to see a list of beneficiaries and their appreciation notes for you really adds a personal touch. Next, I will hand over the time to Yijun to show you how our prototype works.
Okay, so thank you, Audrey. So I'll be just giving you a brief overview about how our application works. So what you see over here, it is our app interface, and it begins with a login page. So the children can use their own mobile phones or their parents' mobile phones to create an account by keying in their username and password. So once they have created this, they will be brought to the next page that you see over here. So first thing first, they are able to go to the customization page where they can choose the icon that they want to be filled up. So like you can see on the left, so there's a range of cartoon designs available for them. So in this case, our user has chosen a My Little Pony icon to be filled up. So what happens after selection, okay, is this page that you see over here. So initially our icons are all in black and white. And every time a child gives a gift, the icon gets colored by a tier. So as you can see, the icon is being filled up with each gift they share with the beneficiaries. Our homepage also informs them how many more points they need in order to fill and color the entire icon. So parents are able to view how much their children have filled and essentially how many gifts they have given to the beneficiaries. And if they would like to, they can reward their children for filling up the icon. So It could be a gift from pulling together with their friends and families, a card, or even words of praise. So this is our means of nurturing a culture of giving in the children that is motivated by their own will to give rather than an incentive that follows. Okay, next I'll pass the time to Xin Yi, who will be covering more on our application interface.
Thank you, Yijun. So now, here you can find the Sharing Gifts page where you can either choose a picture from your gallery, or you can take a picture, then add some text to supplement the details about the gift that you are giving away. It will then be added to our database where we will search if there's any beneficiary organizations have this as their wish list. Upon submission, if there is a match, a green page will be shown. Finally, if you click on the List tab, you'll be able to see a list of people that you have helped. So in this case, you can see that you have helped a total of 3 other friends, and each of them have written a thank you note for the gift that they received. We hope that as the list grows longer, you'll be motivated to continue this spirit of gifting. So this is how our Giving Tree app works. First, you take a picture of it, then we will match you with someone that you want to share your gift with, and finally, you can earn some cool rewards from it. Our Giving Tree aims to prevent wastage by promoting re-gifting. By giving back, children learn about the importance of giving and benefiting the community in the process, bringing about an environment that encourages sharing and reducing wastage. Thank you for your time, and now we'll be moving on to the Q&A section.
Okay, we will have the Q&A session for 5 minutes starting from now.
Hey folks, this is Sean. Thanks so much for presenting. Very exciting work, right? One question around how do you envision getting kids to become aware of your product, right? Basically, how does because you mentioned that you want the child to take the lead in gifting the gift, right? Which I think is a very, very admirable sentiment. But how do you envision discovery and user education happening? And how do you imagine parents to be involved in that process?
Okay, so I'll take the question. So right now, because we were looking at the beneficiaries, and we have to reach out to the beneficiaries to get the database, and also we are planning on perhaps hosting events where to raise awareness on the application. So when we are talking about events, we mean both the parents and the child would go, so that either way they will be informed on the matter. And since now, due to the COVID situation, it might be a little bit hard for events. So of course, there's outreach via email, and as well as collaborating with schools as well. Because if we do manage to collaborate with primary schools or secondary schools, the children, they would be informed via school initiatives. So I think that's one way that we can reach out to them.
Got it, thank you.
So I have a question. I was looking through the code base that you guys submitted. I just wanted to clarify, what were some of the technical infrastructure that you guys built? Couldn't really make head or tail of it. So maybe you guys can walk me through it.
Okay, so basically for our code, right? So we were planning on developing it firstly as an Android application. So the coding was done with Java and also on Android Studio itself. Okay, unfortunately, we didn't really have the time to finish coding out the application. So we only made the interfaces and the pages. So I think that's why it's a little bit hard for you to navigate. But so for that, regarding wise, so how we foresee the application ongoing is we will probably end up coding out the whole app on Android itself. Then for the database, for where so we were going to contact beneficiaries and record their details. So those things will be held in another separate database. Yeah, so that's how we plan on doing it.
Okay, yeah, thanks.
Hi, thank you very much for your presentation and your efforts. I have a couple of questions. The first one is around how, after the matching is done, how are you planning on arranging the logistics, or is that arranged, like how is that going to be arranged by passing the gift from party A to party B?
We will have like one like drop-off point. If the drop-off point is near to them, then they can go directly to drop-off point to drop off their gifts. Otherwise, if any of the beneficiaries are located near them, they can just drop off at the beneficiary. So that's how we think we will arrange the gifting of the delivery of the gift to the beneficiaries.
Okay, thank you. And my second one was around the actual motivation. So in the problem statement, and also in your problem statement, it's talking about preventing and reducing wastage by giving away the gifts. But in this model, it seems that you are still expecting that gifts are being received and then passed on. Is that what you're expecting, or is this work differently?
Okay, so our idea is not really like that. So it's more like when parents see how much their children has given, it is their own option whether they want to reward the child with a physical gift or not. So otherwise, our sense of accomplishment or like learning about giving just comes from the list that we have created for them, where they are able to see who they have helped directly.
Okay, great, thank you.
Just so, taking a different tack about it, have you considered like e-gifts instead, like stickers and, like cash, for example? Like, so why are we doing all this work around transporting stuff from, Punggol to Clementi, and then Clementi to whatever? Like, what do you think about that? Have you brainstormed about that? Are you excited about it? Or are you just like, nah, we don't see that as another route?
We do see it as an option, of course, but the thing is that because giving physical presents is still something that we do in birthday parties, so we cannot avoid the fact that there will be wastage due to such gifts. So currently we are handling this issue first, but of course, if there is a chance to expand to e-gifts, then we would like to explore that as well.
Okay, time's up for the Q&A. Thank you so much, Blank BB, for the presentation and the Q&A. Next, we have our second team from the same problem statement, which is Giftgood.
Hello, everyone. I think we can start now, right? Okay. Hi, everyone. We are Team Giftgood, and what we'll be introducing today is a web app that seeks to reinvent the gifting process for social good. So, firstly, the problem statement that we're tackling from Gifted Forward is one familiar to most of us. In the age of abundance, when buying a gift is as easy as a click of a button, the issue we face is not how to buy, but where and what to buy. And whether it's Christmas, a birthday, or an anniversary that you had hopefully not forgotten, sometimes gift giving itself is the struggle. Scores of gifters, like the personas of Tracy and Crystal on the left, can spend days just deciding on which gift to get their loved ones, only for it not to be what the recipient wants. And yet, to expect recipients like Michelle to say upfront what exactly they want will only take away from the magic of the gifting process. Nevertheless, the reasons for this exercise in excessiveness can be mapped out. It begins from a lack of awareness of gift options that are socially conscious and environmentally sustainable. With the convenience of e-commerce platforms, also comes the proliferation of gifts which might not be ethically sourced or produced. So how can socially conscious gifts be more accessible to consumers like you and I? Next comes the perils of deliberation, where people spend hours researching and yet not arrive at a conclusion of what makes a perfect gift. Even if you do manage to find one, delivering it over to your place only for you to repack it into a gift wrap and re-deliver it out adds a few more layers of packaging waste to the mix. Finally, what if the gift isn't even what the recipient had wanted? So what we are proposing at Giftgood is essentially Tinder for gifts. We want to make giving experiential, impactful, and intentional. This is done through the gamification of gifting process, as groups of friends will be able to band together, log on to our platform, and collaboratively select up to 5 different gift options that will be presented to the recipient. The catch, however, is that the recipient will only be able to view each gift one at a time in a set order. Given the choice to accept or decline the gift shown, each swipe left will remove the current gift that they are seeing as an option, causing the acceptance of gifts to be a much more thoughtful process. More than just providing gifters and recipients with options, our platform solves the awareness issue many social causes and social enterprises face by making it easy for gifters to choose a more socially conscious gift if they ever run out of ideas. Additionally, if recipients end up rejecting all gift options, they can also choose to donate the sum value of the gift to a charity or fundraising project selected by their gifters. After all, giving to others can be a gift in itself. With that, let me pass the time over to John to give you a walkthrough of our Give Good platform.
All right, so now I'll just talk a little bit about the technology used to implement this web app. So as we said, it's a MERN stack web/mobile app. And what that means is, first, we use MongoDB for our database. Secondly, we use Express, which is a framework utilizing Node.js to build a server. It makes HTTP requests. Third, we use React on the front end because it's component-based. And this provides a very fluent implementation on the front end with its abstractions. For example, you could create a button and use it on several pages. And then lastly, Node.js is a runtime environment which is asynchronous and non-blocking. So this provides a seamless experience for the UI. And then as well, it's very scalable. So now I'll just show a quick demo of our app so you have a better understanding of what we're doing here. So this is the first page that creators actually come. And I'll be using the persona of Tracy and Crystal, who are the gifters in this case. So let's see Tracy creates an event on Gifted Forward. Now she has a room ID that is generated for her and it's unique. So she enters her name. And let's say the room is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and she contributes $100, which is, goes to the fund. So this is the interface by which gifters can actually come up with the 5 gifts and select it to present to the giftee. So using WebSockets, everything is actually real time. So if I join with Crystal over here, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and I join, you can actually see on the right here, the members update. So the first function that I want to talk about is the chat function. So the chat function here actually allows users to discuss what the 5 gifts that they want to present to the giftee is. So for now, it's pretty babble, but if I say hi, you can see that actually it shows up. And we plan to implement features that complement the act of e-gifting in the future. So next is the customized page, and this is where the bulk of selecting gifts actually take place. So with this button over here, you can actually have 2 options. First is to choose from a pre-selected database of gifts, all of which contribute to a social cause. So for example, the iPhone 12 Red, you can click the Learn More button to see what cause it supports, the HIV/AIDS grants. And then the Select button here allows you to choose the gift, and you can create a custom description and note, which the giftee will actually see when he or she is presented with these 5 gifts. Alternatively, obviously, you don't always want to use pre-selected gifts. So you can actually use this URL tool over here, and you just paste it, and basically it'll pull it up. So we just give it a few moments. This actually uses web scraping technology. So for now, it only works with Amazon because of the limited time we had. But in the future, we'll expand it to other e-commerce links. So hopefully it works. All right, you know what? For now, it doesn't seem like it's working. So I'll just select these 5 gifts. Later maybe we can show you off this time. So I'm just gonna select 5 gifts here. Oh yeah, that's a problem. So for example, these. All right. And then the charity on the top over here actually is the charitable organization that we're going to partner with when you're in creation of the event on Gifted Forward. So, and there's error checking as well. So you can't choose the same gift. So I'll just choose this one. And then I'll choose my charity, Zero Waste SG. So the next thing is when I generate preview, basically this is what encapsulates the idea of e-gifting. On the left, you actually see over here the 5 items, and you can see that they're presented one at a time. So basically the giftee can either choose to reject it, and it'll swipe away and she will no longer see it, or accept it. And this will pull out a confirm page, which will, if she accepts, it will initiate a checkout process. Alternatively, she can also choose to choose the socially conscious gift on the right here, which will always be present. And you can learn more about it with this button here, and it pulls out details about it. Also, just now I showed the custom note and description, and over here you can actually see that it is presented, but I didn't write anything just now, so there's nothing. And then also, obviously, the terms and usage outlines how this app actually works for the giftee. So this is essentially what the giftee will see, and gifters on this platform can actually adjust it to their liking, and before sending it off to the giftee, with the URL. So now I'll hand over the time to Anna, who will explain a little bit more about this app.
Thank you, John. So as John mentioned, Michelle won't know what each option is before she sees it, and she also can't go back after swiping it away. So this means that she must really, really carefully consider every single option and really ask herself if this is what she really wants before moving on. And this will teach her to be more thoughtful in choosing her gift and ensures that she will appreciate the final gift chosen and therefore greatly reduces the probability of the gift going to waste. In addition, as each gift is compared side by side with the socially conscious gift, which is present on every page, Michelle must also weigh the personal happiness she will gain from the gift against the potential benefits of the socially conscious gift. So she have to ask herself, is this gift on the left really worth giving up, helping the communities in need? And doing so, she also think more deeply about the impact on these communities and what they really need. So in this way, not only might she slowly gravitate towards the socially conscious gift, but she'll also be more deeply affected by the community in need and also be more inclined to contribute to them in some other way, even if she doesn't choose these socially conscious gifts in the end. And finally, as funds are pooled together to buy a group gift, giveaways will automatically be reduced by at least 50% amongst users, and this percentage will increase as a group size increases. Now, moving on to a competitor analysis, as you can see from the matrix, Give Good is really the better choice for a gift, no matter if you're looking for a gift that will be appreciated while retaining the element of surprise, or if you're looking for a gift that will have a meaningful impact on communities in need. So here I'd like to highlight that Give Good ultimately aims to create a meaningful, memorable, gamified gifting experience for a giftee. So if you remember the preview page shown in demo, well, that's not all. We plan to make the UI for a giftee more appealing through animations and more game elements so that even kids would be able to be drawn into the experience of really putting thought into choosing a gift, but also becoming more invested in the communities in need. So all in all, Give Good aims to reinvent the whole gifting experience through gamification and inject meaning into the process by compelling giftees to think about what they really want. And if the personal happiness gained from a gift is really worth giving up helping communities in need. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, 1 minute left, but I think that's all from Give Good. Now we shall move on with the 5-minute Q&A.
Okay, so let me just clarify. So I, as a gifter, and I love my wife very much, but I'm still a clueless husband who I met at Conjunct Consulting. And so I say to myself, well, I don't know what she wants. I may potentially get her another shitty piece of jewelry. So I'm going to give her one Tiffany's ring, one bowl of bak chor mee, and a bunch of roses. And then she's like, Jeremy, let me pick between these 3 things. And then she picks one of the 3, and then I give it to her. Versus I ask her, hey babe, I still have no idea after being with you for 10 years now, like what do you want for your birthday? So could you help me understand? That's a competition, right? Me asking, right?
Okay, I'll take this answer. So the thing is, obviously we thought of that as well. You could obviously just ask the person what they want because that is so much simpler. But the whole point of gifting really, I feel like that negates the idea of this gifting. It takes away meaning from it. A lot of times it's having a gift as a surprise is a very nice feeling to have. And then the whole act of just buying a gift, selecting it, anticipating what the giftee actually wants, and on the giftee side, having surprises, and in this case, he has 5 options to choose from. That was what we were trying to maintain with this app, along with the idea of making it meaningful to give this act of gifting, and that is why we didn't just have this act of asking what people want and then gifting.
Okay, so just to clarify, so my wife, after seeing that there's a Tiffany's box, bak chor mee, and roses, and she picks the ring, and then she still feels surprised. Did she feel surprised at the start of the process or the end of the process?
I'd say she feels, okay, because you know how you're presented with the gifts one at a time? So as she's swiping, she'll see what gifts you are giving. So when she comes upon the ring, she'll be like, wow, oh, this is a very nice gift. And then she'll accept it. So there's still that element of of surprise in a sense,
So she sees so let me go. So she sees the ring and she's like, wow, this is amazing. Jeremy's the best person on earth. But if she gave me as option number 1, he must have something better for me as number 2, right? And then she sees a bowl of bak chor mee because I love bak chor mee because I'm clueless. And she's very disappointed. And she's like, this guy's an idiot. I don't know why I hang out with him. And then, so she swipes left again. And then she lands on roses. And she's like, oh shit, I better double back to the ring. But it's over. So she has to accept the roses at the end.
Yeah.
So I saved $500.
Basically.
So that's how I should. Okay, got it. Okay.
Yeah. So that's
No,
the
it's
idea.
it's a curated process, yeah, both by the gifter as well as our platform, yeah. By the gifter because they can choose the order, the sequence in which the giftee receives the gifts, yeah. And curated on our end because I think we're injecting that social element, that social piece to it, yeah. Because we are adding prompts to help the decision-making process steer towards socially responsible gifts, yeah.
Okay, so you're saying that I should optimize for it by putting roses first. She's like, oh, boring. I got this all the time. Then she's bak chor me and her expectations are lowered massively.
Yeah,
and then she sees the ring at the end. That's your optimal sequence that you think I should.
I probably would.
That's the idea.
Yeah, I mean, the judges, I think we talked about the game theory aspect of this and like where to put the best gift. But anyway, I have other questions. So you guys had a lot of components, WebSocket, Puppeteer, like MongoDB. What do you guys find the most challenging or think is the most challenging aspect of the process?
I think in terms of challenge, maybe I'd say the web scraping part, because web scraping is very like I wouldn't say subjective, but like, you know, you got to find the right ID tags on different web pages, different e-commerce pages. So let's say I want to go like Amazon, Apple Store, all these, right? You got to take the exact like ID. So I feel like if in a scalable sense, it's not entirely scalable. We would probably have to find another solution for pasting e-commerce links, you know? So I think that is a challenge that we had.
Actually, on that point, I was a little bit surprised that this was going to use web scraping as opposed to trying to find e-commerce retailers that would offer you like API access, right? Because then you know, if they update their site or whatever it is, right, at least that's something that's a little bit more. And I have to imagine that, you know, places like Amazon should have API access, or maybe I'm just like mistaken.
I think the idea is that because of the gifties are just pasting a link, but that makes sense though. And also I think for now web scraping was like the simplest way to show our idea, that you just take a link from an e-commerce website. So that was why we implemented it actually. But we were thinking about all these other options as well.
I think our time is up, but I just want to say thank you for your presentation.
Thank you.
Yes, thanks very much, Give Good team.
Okay, and that's it for Team Give Good. Thank you so much. Those were the two teams for our gifted forward problem statements, BlankDB and Give Good. Thank you. Now for our next problem statement by NUS Office of Student Affairs, we will begin with Team NUS Connects.
Hi, can you guys see my screen?
Yeah.
Okay.
Good afternoon, everyone. Have you ever wondered what it is like to live your whole life wearing these little tools? A person with a disability ranges to a wide variety of spectrum, consisting of hearing loss, vision loss, people in the autism spectrum, physical, intellectual disabilities, and many more. Just imagine the inconvenience, the difficulty to adapt, and people questioning your ability. Today, we present to you NUS Connects. We will be discussing Challenge Statement 3 on the topic of how we can tap on technology to get youth to learn, understand, and appreciate diversity by creating a more inclusive space. I personally noticed two problems as a PWD staying on campus in NUS. First, it's the lack of user-friendly accessibility report and the lack of interaction between the PWD community and the NUS student body. In fact, I noticed that quite a few NUS students have never even had a conversation with a person with a disability. This lack of awareness creates a small stigma attached to people with disabilities, as they are often viewed differently than the community. However, that is not the case. We just need a little help and with technology to live independently and manage the stress level of the NUS education curriculum. At the moment, this is the existing map provided for those with disabilities. I don't know about you, but I have no idea what is going on. Not only that, after hours of research, our team was unable to find accessibility reports for all faculties at NUS. This is a real problem. So before we share our solution, let me tell you about our team. We have Terrence, a year 2 mechanical engineer who specializes in innovation creation. We have Manusha, our computer science genius and the master behind our prototype. We have Dilsha, a woman with tremendous talent in design and is studying biomedical engineering at NUS. And we have Nira, aka myself, who is currently studying economics at NUS. Our team is diverse. We have a lot of perspectives. We are young, we are passionate, and we are driven to bring social change in the NUS campus. So now, the moment you've been waiting for, my friend Terrence will share with us the solution to the problem. Introducing NUS Connects.
Thank you, Nirad. So basically, we were really inspired by the assets-based community development model that we heard from the Zoom briefing earlier. So we decided to consider our potential solutions based on this model. So we decided to leverage on NUS as an institution to create more connections between the PWDs and the wider student or staff population. So our solution would basically allow students and staff to become connectors, and in doing so, learn and appreciate the daily life experiences of PWDs. So we were asking ourselves this question: what is the best platform to use for this solution? And I bet that some of you are probably using this app at this very moment because you're not paying attention to the presentation. And that app would actually be Telegram. So we settled on a Telegram bot for disability accessibility on campus. And basically, our Telegram bot will allow for these so-called connections to occur. And it will be open platform, of course, because we know there's a lot of smart people in NUS. So we want you guys to give your input data and improve the code if possible. So basically, our spontaneous interactions would mean that people can become buddies and tag along with PWDs as they journey around the NUS campus. And also, it can come in the form of user feedback, which is regarding how accessible or inaccessible NUS facilities can be. Next, I will talk about our market research. So we did some preliminary research. We found that on average, PWDs constitute about like 2% of the student population in most educational institutions. So that would mean in NUS, we have around 600 of these PWD students. And then we also have the wider NUS population and admin staff like OSA. So next, I will pass the presentation on to my friend Manusha, and he will describe the prototype in more detail.
Thank you, Terrence. So I will show you now a few slides about how our Telegram bot actually works. So first of all, here is a screenshot of what it looks like when you start the bot. We have decided to use a simple text interface to communicate with the bot. So first of all, how does the buddy system work? Any PWD simply has to enter /buddy to create a buddy request. And then the bot will prompt for where the PWD wishes to travel. A message will be then sent to all the users who have registered to be a part of our NUS Connects community. So how is this actually implemented? The way we did this is that any user can register to be a buddy by typing /register. And the bot will then prompt and get all their user info, such as where they live, what times they're available. and this data is going to be stored in a text file. So when a buddy request is made, the text file will be searched and a message will be sent to all the nearby buddies. If a buddy agrees to accompany the PWD, a message will be sent to the PWD and the two will be linked up. Moving on to the next part of our bot. Yes. The bot also has the ability to provide accessibility info about any location on campus. As you can see, we have only currently implemented it for Prince George's Park and the Faculty of Arts and Social Sciences, but that it was due to time constraints, and we will definitely intend to expand on that. So to get info about any place on campus, you simply have to type in the name. And if it's a wrong name, as in you spelled it wrong or not spelled it in a specific way, our bot will send you a list of all the possible options so that you can send the correct one and get the correct info. Another feature of our bot, and honestly what I think is one of the most important ways in which we engage the NUS community, is that it allows any user to provide accessibility info about campus. As was mentioned earlier, even after doing so much research, we could only find an accessibility map for FAST, and that is quite unfortunate. So our bot allows any user to simply type /feedback and give info about a whole new part of campus, or to correct any incorrect info that we might have. And the way this is implemented is that any response is going to be stored again in a text file, and we will manually moderate the responses and add that info to our bot as we go on. And the beauty of this is, as our community grows, the more accurate and the more info we will get. And that is a basic outline of how our bot works. I will now pass to my friend Dilsha to continue the presentation.
Thank you, Manusha. So what's so good about NUS Connects? It benefits not just people with disabilities, but also OSA and the general NUS public. Going back to what Terence mentioned earlier on, our solution focuses on the asset-based community development approach, where we use the input from the general NUS public, including our students and staff, and put that into good use. This way, on top of the people with disabilities having more ease in transportation, OSA also gets feedback on how user-friendly the facilities in NUS are for them. This data that OSA receives from the public is voluntary, making it really sustainable in the long run. You must be wondering, I've covered how our solution helps OSA and people with disabilities. So what's in it for you? Through our buddy system, you'll get to make friends. You'll get to tag along, have a chat, and be exposed to more diverse people that you wouldn't meet so frequently in your daily lives. Wouldn't that be great? Venturing on to our future plans, after perfecting our Telegram bot, OSA can publicize our solution and present it to the general public. If this receives good feedback and support from the public, we do intend to expand it to other universities in Singapore and personalize it to cater to their public. Now, I shall pass on the time to Terence, who will share more about gamifying our solution. Terence.
So one of our most ambitious ideas yet is actually to gamify the experience of navigating around campus as a PWD in the form of a VR game. So playing this game would allow non-disabled people to realize that many activities that we do without thinking twice about is actually so much more of a challenge for PWDs. This is not to trivialize their experiences, but rather to serve as a medium to allow anyone to literally put themselves in the shoes and the first-person perspectives of PWDs and live their experiences. And this will have an immense impact on their understanding and appreciation of living with disabilities. Thank you. That is all for our presentation.
Thank you for the presentation. We'll now be moving on to the Q&A segment.
Maybe I can start first. How would you think, like, in its current form, I'm wondering how do people with disabilities, have you guys connected with people with disabilities, and how useful would they find the functionality of the current app?
So I'll answer. So I am a person with disability. I have hearing loss, and I've also spoken with other people with disabilities. So it works because this is a visual platform. It will work for most everyone with hearing loss and physical disability primarily. However, those with vision loss will not have. We have not found a solution to that aspect, but we will work towards a better cause if the need be on the vision scenario. But otherwise, it will be easily accessible for everyone from all different disabilities.
Great. First off, thanks, folks. I think this was really well thought through, and I think it solves a very real need. My question has to do with, I think at some point in the presentation you mentioned, requiring manual moderation to establish the validity, right, of accessibility feedback given by users, right? My question is, how can you make this process not manual? Right, so that ideally, if it's not manual, it can be more scalable and potentially be deployed into many other places more quickly.
Yeah, I will take that question. The reason we decided to make it manual is because of the fact that there's a lot of inaccurate information floating around, and of course, we did consider that it would be much less scalable if there was a bunch of spam info provided, and then someone would be manually going through. So obviously, we could implement a basic algorithm that removes all the obvious spam, but then we consciously decided to manually go through each record because we don't want to be part of the problem providing inaccurate information.
Actually, just to follow up on that really quickly, so the use case I'm thinking of is, every so often, right, different parts of campus would have construction work or would have something that occurs really just for 1 or 2 days, right? So I'm trying to figure out, over time, as let's say if you've been on campus for like 3 or 4 years, you might already know that. But what's useful is some of that more real time, almost kind of like Twitter-like status updates of what's happening with the location, right? So I'm curious as to how you might be able to factor that in.
Yeah, that is actually the exact purpose of our implementation. So there might be like a ramp at a central library, but if there's some construction going on, and there's always some construction going on, it might be momentarily inaccessible. So the point is, the way we intend for our app to be used is if someone's walking by and they realize that the accessibility ramp is, inaccessible, they can simply send it to a bot and we will instantaneously update that under like CLB and in the info.
Great, thanks.
Wanted to ask, so I really like the format. I love the communication channel. So why Telegram? I mean, it feels like you could do this on Twitter. We have WhatsApp. So would you see this as a channel, like you can get access to this no matter where, or do you see this as a Telegram only kind of implementation?
So to answer that, at NUS in particular, the most commonly used platform is Telegram, through college students, through teaching assistants. So we thought it would be the best way to approach our target audience, which is our NUS student body, and those with PWDs. At the same time, the Telegram bot allows us to get enough feedback that we can send to OSA for them to implement better accessibility measures around campus. So it's a win-win situation from all stakeholders, all under Telegram.
And I guess another question I have is, obviously, a lot of this is very, I would say transactional or informational, right? How do I get from point A to point B, etc. Do you see envision a community layer, or how would community layer on top of that?
I'm sorry, I did not catch the full question.
How would you envision a community layer, a social layer to it?
I think, as we mentioned, one of our solutions is to encourage spontaneous interactions among NUS students. So by having this buddy system where a person can tag along, they will have a chance to connect. And we're following this asset-based community development model, in which they will be allowed to interact and hopefully form bonds that could be not formed elsewhere. And through that, we're encouraging a small community among the NUS student body with the PWDs.
Yeah, sorry, I know time is up, but I just need to add on to what Niraj said. The reason we decided to use Telegram is so that instead of like Twitter or like a Telegram group, is that we wouldn't have to spam people with updates of whenever a change happens, because a lot of changes are going to happen. So you only get the info when you ask for it.
Thank you very much, Team NUS Connects. That was amazing. For the same problem statement, the next team we will be inviting is the social sciences. Sorry, could you stop sharing your screen? Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. We are the social sensors. My name is Chin Hui. My team consists of Wen Hao, Man, and Max. Do you know what the most diverse species in the world is? Humans? Well, actually, it's insects. But humans are pretty diverse too. And here at the social sensors, we believe that there is strength in this diversity. And the best way to appreciate diversity is to witness it for yourself. Today, the definition of diversity is ever-changing. Traditional sources of division, such as class and race, are no longer the only lines of division that separate us. New cracks have formed in ideology, beliefs, and for some, even down to the way we speak. As diversity changes, human nature hasn't. Don't we all find it easier to connect with people who are similar to us? To feel like we belong? In fact, 91% of youth today find their close friends from school, a place thriving with shared experiences, but also a comfort zone that they are reluctant to leave. This limited social circle contributes to a limited worldview. Now, if diversity cannot be found physically, how about digitally? Social media is the primary way youth connect today. Rather than promoting diversity, social media often ends up being an echo chamber, reinforcing their views instead of expanding them. This forms the crux of our issue. Youth today lack exposure to differing views and experiences. Now, we see several solutions to this issue today. Firstly, awareness pages focus on opinions and facts about social media.
High five.
Second, story sharing platforms curate life experiences to promote understanding.
This one looks like shit, honestly.
An example of this
I
is
saw the branding
an Ask
behind
Ness
it.
series from our grandfather's story. And lastly, exhibitions, which are sensory experiences that provoke thought amongst viewers, such as photo exhibitions. However, we observe that these solutions can be limited in reach because they are catered to a very specific audience. The likelihood of a youth seeing such content is heavily dependent on their social circles and perhaps the effectiveness of marketing. Furthermore, all these platforms encourage passive participation, where the focus is on creating content for consumption instead of conversation. How then do we bridge the gaps of reach and participation? We need a broader solution that engages youth in general. Our solution to this? Reclaiming social media as a space that celebrates diversity and facilitates conversation. Leveraging its virality and powerful peer-to-peer sharing, social media is our weapon of choice to reach a wider audience. Now we observe two interesting trends that have found success with youth today.
Okay, thank you, Sean, for the freedom.
First, participation.
Thank you, Sean, for the
The
freedom.
defining feature of Instagram question stickers is that you only see the results after you provide an answer. The desire to know the answer and to find out where you stand drives participation amongst users. Second, reach. Spotify's music match virality hinges on the desire to compare our similarities and differences, a part of our identities.
Yeah.
Most importantly, this comparison sparks conversation, where we find common ground and build mutual understanding. With all this in mind, we believe social media plays a critical role in exposing youth to differing views and life experiences, an important first step to learning, understanding, and appreciating diversity. So as a group, we have to come together and ask ourselves, what is an inclusive space? We envision an online space where people are not afraid to see themselves and are able to discover the full extent of Singapore's diversity in an organic fashion. For us, participation comes in the form of a ripple effect, where youth who gain these new perspectives can become a beacon of light to the people around them. And how do we move to a more inclusive space? Presenting to you the social sensors, a simple, fun-to-use question and answer platform that provokes thought and discussion about social issues involving diversity in Singapore. How do we do this? By illuminating the differences in our views and experiences. I'll now pass the time to Max, who will bring us through the features.
Thanks, Chinhui. Now, all our features are geared towards getting people to think, and it begins with the question, who are you? The social census is centered around thought-provoking questions presented in a bite-sized format. Questions are carefully curated to not only reflect about our opinions, but also our diverse life experiences. For example, have you ever been ashamed of your family? Do you feel safe walking alone at night? When you think of migrant workers, what is the first word that comes to mind? Now, where do you stand? We all answer these questions with our own expectations of the results. Do the results match up with your expectations? Sometimes yes, sometimes no. Regardless, this visual piece of data in the center shows us that there are people with different views and life experiences, a simple fact that we often overlook. Then the conversation continues in the Tell Us Why comment section on the right, which allows us to share our stories. And lastly, the Learn More page on the left is a space to provide more information and avenues for action, especially for sensitive issues. Now, an interesting feature we have in the pipeline is perhaps we could break down the results into further subgroups such as race, gender, age, and religion, traditional markers of our identity. Our intention is to show that differences can exist even within these subgroups. Wouldn't that be a powerful way to expand our notions of diversity? So, gaining this knowledge, now, what about the rest? How do we get the message out? First, sharing is easy on the social census as it's well integrated with social media platforms. Second, sharing is fun. Similar to Spotify Music Match, the social census has an inbuilt comparison function we call the census match. This hinges on our desire to quantify the differences in opinions with our friends, creating virality and increasing our reach. So why is this important? Every share we make is an opportunity for important conversation. And every share we make is a building block for this inclusive space. So now, let's see the social census in action. So, starting the app, we are immediately presented with simple questions from either one of the three categories, opinion-based, life experiences, or trivia, just to keep things light. We can skip the question if we feel uncomfortable, but answering is as simple as one click. On the results page, we can see the percentage of users who chose each option. We can click on the More button to reveal more information about this topic, which might include facts, ways to seek help, and ways that we can help others. On to the next question. Here, we have a life experience style question with a 1 to 10 answer option. For different question type, the data is also presented differently. Hovering over a certain bar reveals the exact percentage of users who voted for that option. The social census also supports multiple choice questions. Similarly, the user can hover over each segment of the resulting pie chart to reveal the statistic. Now, to enrich conversation on the platform, users have the option to elaborate on their choices by writing comments in the Tell Us Why comments page, anonymously if they wish. They are able to view others' comments and filter them by selecting the desired question option below. One feature that we think is critical to challenging our views is that we've made the intentional choice to show comments of differing views first on the results page as our first point of consideration. Now, moving on to trivia questions, keeping things fun and light, and also can be used for fun facts, perfect for sharing. The correct answer option will be displayed in green. Now, moving on to the user account menu. In this page, we have our question answer history, census match, as well as settings. I want to draw your attention to the census match page, where we can copy a unique link to send to our friends via instant messaging or directly to social media platforms. In this case, I'm going to go to Instagram. For us, an Instagram story template is generated, allowing us to post fast and easy. Now, friends can click this icon at the top to directly link our accounts and begin a census match, which shows a similarity score, covers questions that we answered similarly and also differently. As we can see, the social census is designed to be simple, interactive, and social. So in sum, the social census is centered around thought-provoking questions that stimulate reflection, results that broaden perspectives, and a social experience that creates important conversations. Reflection, perspectives, and conversation. Presenting to you the social census. Thank you. We encourage you to try out the social census for yourself in our deployed web app and also in our Figma prototype that we're sending in the link in the Zoom chat. It's also in our Zoom backgrounds. Yeah, thank you so much.
Thank you so much. That was very interesting. I would now have the Q&A. Judges, please. Oh, also, this is a reminder to please check that you are muted, especially after presenting. Yeah. And don't accidentally unmute yourselves. Thank you.
So, similar question to ask the previous team. So, would you see why a specific app versus, going live and, running an Instagram account, right? Where you have native, one less app, whatever it is, right?
Right, I'll take the question. I think just to clarify, what we're looking at here is a web. Actually, it's more like a website. It's easier to think about it that way. We did this to reduce like the barrier to entry because realistically, I don't think we're not expecting people to download an app just so that they can answer these questions. We're trying to increase the number of points of entry they have from various social media sites. And why not an Instagram page? Well, I think that was the problem in the first place for awareness pages. I think the phrase we like to use is parallel lives, right? While we are seeing increasing perhaps a courage to speak up on social media, we think that the people we interact with on social media and in person still are people who are quite similar to ourselves. And we envision the social census as a place which can bridge these parallel lives, basically. Yeah.
But to follow up on that note, would you consider something like, integrating from many different social platforms, right? Social media platforms, using that as the layer that you're using to get users' responses, right? Because to your point, nobody's going to download your app in order to be able to do this, right? So you use that layer to be able to get the user responses. But then once you have the aggregated view, right? Potentially something like an Instagram page, right, could be a great way to disseminate feedback, right? Disseminate the findings of what you have. What are your thoughts on that?
Yes, that's such a great idea. And I think it's very in line with perhaps the way that we seek to roll out this platform. Because our weapon of choice is social media. So we were thinking social media campaigns, right? I think it's a great idea for us to set up our own Instagram account. And I think this gives us the opportunity to maybe highlight like specific social issues that are more relevant to maybe current affairs that our app has kind of gathered data for. And another interesting area to consider is also bringing these social media sites, these pages onto our platform, as in we give them the opportunity to contribute content in perhaps the more info page or like we plug for them kind of thing. Yeah. So kind of creating a network. Yeah.
Judges, do you have other questions?
Actually, if there's nobody else, I have one more quick question, which is, how do you imagine the actual implementation of this on the various social media pages, right? So on Facebook or on, even Instagram itself, right? Like, how do you imagine people actually, how would the actual implementation work?
I think in terms of implementation, we will have to look at like the various APIs that are available on each of the social media sites. And then we will also have to think about like some of the UI experiences, make it such that it is easily accessible by the general audience, and such that the information that is provided is clear. Yeah. So we'll definitely have to look at the API with different social media platforms and see how we can integrate it smoothly.
But I think if we're talking less technical and more like user flow, I think the way we envision this to be propagated is actually, I think we're quite hopeful for the census match as a way to encourage like organic peer-to-peer sharing. That's one way, like let's compare. And then that encourages to answer more questions and get on the platform. And also the other form of sharing is to share like singular individual questions that can be, you're on the platform, you share it onto your social media, people see it and they're like, oh, what is the answer to this? Right? I want to know too. I wanna be heard too. So then they move on to, and it brings people onto the platform. I think that's how we envision it. Yeah.
Great, thanks.
Thank you.
Okay, so the Q&A time is up, and now we are going to have a short break. And please remember to join us back at 2:55 p.m. to watch the next few finalists present their solutions. See you. All right, the time is now 2:55 p.m. Welcome back to Hack for Good 2021's grand finale, and we shall continue with the presentations. To ensure a smooth run of the event, please be reminded to ensure that you are muted and do not unmute yourself when you are not presenting. For the next presentation, developing a solution for a problem statement from OSA, let's invite Team Maze to share their solution.
All right, so I'll begin right now. Hi all, we are Team Mist and we are Marissa, Jonathan, Huaita, and Chloe. So unfortunately, Huaita and Chloe can't be here with us live today, so John and I are here to pitch to you on our volunteer guide board for problem statement 3. Now, volunteering has always been a crucial part of our education system in Singapore and has been on the rise since 2019. With students engaged in volunteering activities within and outside of school, youths are now a significant population of volunteers, making up 40% of all volunteers in Singapore. On the other hand, messenger platforms like Telegram have always been a popular platform for young people in Singapore, and the pandemic has seen increased usage of such platforms, with even gov.sg launching its Telegram COVID-19 channel this year. Now, there are 3 key problems that young volunteers often face when participating in volunteering activities. Firstly, they may lack knowledge on the beneficiary they're working with, and not knowing where to find useful consolidated resources puts them in a much more difficult position to educate themselves. Now, these young volunteers might also be hesitant to approach their activity organizers due to lack of communication or for fear of asking wrong questions. To address these problems, we propose a solution aimed at young people looking for volunteering opportunities or who might want to educate themselves more prior to a volunteering event. Our solution provides a one-stop handbook for youths to not only learn, but also discover and inquire their activity organizers about anything. Unlike other platforms out there, our solution is readily available, simple to use, and provides a personal experience in the form of a Telegram chatbot. Now I'll hand over the time to John to introduce our product. John?
Thanks, Marissa. Without further ado, introducing our volunteer handbook bot. Our bot is deployed live on Telegram right now, and you can reach it at this handle, @volunteerhandbook_bot. We strongly encourage you to try it for yourself after this presentation, but for now, bear with me as I bring you through what our platform has to offer. This Telegram bot is a one-stop resource hub for not only existing volunteers, but also youths who are new to the scene to learn about different volunteer organizations, their beneficiaries, and how they can take direct steps to get involved. It was designed to encourage exploration and asking questions without the fear of judgment, because we don't need just 1 or 2 youths being experts at volunteering and community service. We need a nation of us who are aware and willing to take our first steps, even if they're small. Using the bot is very simple. We can start the bot and choose the types of communities we want to learn about, and we can look through the information freely. At any point, we can ask any questions we have anonymously. At this point, I'd like to share a short demonstration video that our team has prepared. Let me just switch over. Okay.
Welcome to our volunteer guide bot. Let's begin. Let's take a look at the categories. Here, you can see the different beneficiaries in Singapore. Let's learn about persons with autism. We get to see some broad information about the community, as well as some common do's and don'ts. Let's go back to take a look at some of the organizations that are helping this community. We can choose the St. Andrew's Autism Center to find out what they're about and what they do. Most importantly, we can find out about the volunteers they need. We can also visit their website, but the volunteer guide bot allows you to send questions directly. Simply select Ask a Question and type away. The organizations can also reply to our question directly through the volunteer guide bot. For volunteer organizations, simply add our volunteer bot to your Telegram group to receive the questions in real time. Anyone in the group can reply to the questions directly. Awesome.
Okay, and there you have it. Let's hit back. Our team performed a competitor analysis and found that our guidebot had an edge over existing platforms like volunteer.sg. Firstly, our solution greatly simplifies and personalizes the process of learning and gathering information about volunteering and communities. This makes it significantly easier for youths to get on-the-fly knowledge and straightforward answers. Next, by integrating it with a platform like Telegram that is popular among youths, we hope to bring our solution directly to our target audience without them having to look for it. In a survey our team conducted on 20 youths under the age of 24, almost all of them indicated that they were willing to volunteer at a frequency of at least twice a year. But when we asked them why they were not doing so, over 80% of them shared that they did not know enough about beneficiaries to volunteer with them. So we can see that when it comes to volunteering, if we want to instill a culture of genuine care and proactivity, we have to create a presence and we need to immerse youths into the communities. And we believe that our volunteer guidebot can do just that. In the future, we believe that our volunteer guidebot has the following areas for expansion. In the interest of time, I want to highlight points B and C. We envision that our bot will evolve beyond a knowledge database into a platform where youths can collaborate to help their communities. For example, youths could meet and invite like-minded individuals to volunteer together. And of course, volunteering is a means of helping those around us, but also a great opportunity to form meaningful connections. We want our platform to give those in need a voice and to encourage discourse. And that concludes our presentation. Once again, our bot is deployed live on Telegram right now, and you can reach it at this handle, @volunteerhandbook_bot. We are Team MYST. Thank you for your time.
Okay, thank you for the presentation, even though you still have time to continue on. But let's now have the Q&A session for the next 5 minutes.
So, loving the demo, awesome, very soothing civil service tones. I feel patriotic just going through the demo here. So just want to kind of make sure we dig deeper here. So why would I use, and this is my question for all the bots, right? What's the value add here, right? So I could go to the Conjunct Consulting Facebook page and message them, right? Because it requires a volunteer on the other side, right? To do that, right? So in some ways you're trying to be an aggregator in that sense. So does that mean that we would require for every organization to come on board, we would have to make sure they have a point of contact and we would train them to use Telegram?
Yeah, so for this Telegram bot that we've developed, it provides two-way communication between an organizer and the volunteer himself. So not only do we want to have organizations on the other side of the bot, we actually also developed this bot with student volunteer organizers in mind. So let's say in NUS, for people in charge of volunteering interest groups or people who have organized volunteering activities and would want to have personal connections with their volunteers, they can use this chatbot to answer any questions. And one key feature is that all questions are anonymous. So we take out the fear of asking wrong questions for volunteers who'd like to inquire anything. Yeah, hope that answers your question.
I have further question on that. So, I mean, if all volunteers get to ask questions, or rather anybody gets to ask questions via this Telegram chat, how do you kind of foresee organizations dealing with a barrage of questions? For example, 200 people who decide to message them all at once.
I think I can take this question. So I think, yeah, you are right. Doing it in a Telegram chatbot is more useful for personal questions, but we have the feature to allow organizations to reply to those questions personally. But of course, if we're finding that we have a lot of the same questions, then we should take advantage of the existing resources like
Facebook pages and Instagram page. And of course, we could even set up our own page to share this information. But our purpose in selecting Telegram as the platform is that we hope to bring it closer to people without them really having to put in any effort, even to click a link or to visit a web page. So yeah, hope that answers it.
Just to tag on to that, one of the, because I think I shared a concern of both Jeremy and Alexis in their previous questions. For me, one of the, why I acknowledge that Telegram has, sort of widespread appeal, right? But at the same time, it kind of forces you through sort of a slightly more linear user flow, right? Because it's like, present a menu, select from the menu, okay, then great, go to the next menu, and then like, as opposed to sort of say an app or a site where you can sort of present the navigation in a slightly more easy to access and easy to navigate way, right? So as a user, I'm sort of somewhat less frustrated, I guess, like, because I think when I go through like sort of these chat bots where I'm like required to, press 1 for this, then I go to another option, 3 options, press 2 for this, right? And I'm like, oh. What do you think about that? Like if you had a bit more time, would you consider developing this in the form of an app or a site?
Yeah, so I think I can begin. John, you can just add on if you feel that there's anything else you'd like to add. So definitely a website can provide greater flexibility for the user experience. But like John said earlier, the reason why we chose a Telegram bot is to bring it closer to youths who are always on this messenger platform. And of course, yes, the user experience is somewhat linear, but our thought process in doing that is to have it as somewhat a guide bot for youths who, let's say, might go onto a web page and don't know where to begin. So if we give such something like a linear user experience for them, and they can also go back and jump around between the different levels of this guide bot. But we are just guiding them through the process of learning about communities and end up reaching at that endpoint, like a destination, like, okay, so after learning about all these communities, you end up at this organizations where you can choose which one you want to learn more about, and then we'll send you off to their webpage. So that is kind of the flow that we are going through. It's a guide bot and we want to guide users. Yeah. John, do you like to add anything?
Yeah, so I'd just like to reiterate that we are not offering the Telegram bot as like an exclusive platform. In fact, we are hoping to use it so that the resources that are already available on the internet, the better usable interfaces on websites are more accessible to use. Because there's really a lot to learn, a lot of different types of communities, and even for a specific type of special need, there are different target groups that different organizations go after. And I think the best place is to just start with some basic information, and we hope to instill that kind of curiosity and at least the basic knowledge for them to not feel so overwhelmed when they head on to these formal platforms.
Great, thanks for answering my question.
Yeah, I think, there's a trend we notice of bots, and I think, the XKCD comic goes, right? Like there are 14 standards, I think. And then everybody's like, oh my God, like that 14 standards is ridiculous. We need a universal standard. And then the end result is there's 15 standards, right? So we keep having these like aggregator bots, and the question is, are we aggregating what's existing, or are we giving something new, right? So at least I'm just contrasting. So at least NUS Connect, I can't get it, right? It's like we don't have information on PWD stuff, so that's discrete knowledge that does not exist or needs to be bubbled up. But here we're talking about known stuff, because right now you're asking volunteer organizations to be the other side. So could you tell me what's the value add? I mean, is it just an aggregator play on we're consolidating all the communication channels for student organizers and stuff like that, or is that something more? I'm asking for something more. So tell me what something more is.
Okay, so our main purpose here was to actually aggregate current information that is spread out all over the internet that student volunteers and youths might find difficult to source out. So by aggregating all of this into a simple to use library resource hub, in this Telegram bot, they would be able to learn very easily the basics, the fundamentals of different communities, different organizations. But like John said, this is not the be all and end all. We are also going to send them off to relevant web pages where they would find more information if they would like to find out more. So we are not necessarily getting new info, but we are getting information that is spread out across the internet that might be really hard to find as a student. Let's say if I'm in secondary school or in junior college, and we are putting it in a very easy to access platform for them to just find out the basics, and then they can explore further if they would like to. Yeah, John, would you like to add anything?
Yeah, so that's the value that we are already offering now. Our prototype actually already can do this. And for the areas and expansion, there's something more that our team envisions would be, we kind of want to create more opportunities for individuals to interact with each other and develop ideas together. Because right now, even the collaborative platforms are more or less like, oh, we have this event that's already planned. Do you want to join us on it? And then the committee is already set. And then people are just coming as participants. But we want to create this platform where ideas can grow together to help the community. And individuals alone, it's kind of difficult. And it's also very hard to find friends who in particular are passionate about a particular community. So there's something more that we might bring next time.
Okay, so to recap, your base product is you're going to compete with Google with a more curated, verticalized approach. And then something more, hopefully, is actually on the sourcing side. Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you, everyone. But we cannot take any more questions because the time is up for the Q&A. Once again, thank you, Team MYST and judges. Up next, also doing a problem statement from OSA, let's invite Angel Young.
Hi, good afternoon. I'm Eugene, and together with me is Kenneth, Sean, and Giles. Thank you for taking the time off your busy schedules to listen to our solution, the Success Portal. This will be used to engage youth in and promote asset-based community development, or in short, ABCD. It is an honor to be judged by people who are experienced in the social entrepreneurship and technology field, and we hope to take our idea to the next level. To start off, I would like to share a personal experience in my service learning journey back in my JC days. Back in the pre-COVID days, I took part in a service learning trip to Nepal to construct a toilet for primary school kids to use. The existing toilet there only consisted of 2 stalls for the entire school. I mean, imagine having only 2 stalls for both genders for roughly maybe 100 to 200 kids. So back then I thought to myself, actually it makes sense for us to construct this toilet because they actually have a need for it. But actually, as we were constructing the toilet, we were told that we were only constructing like the foundation of the toilet and not the entire toilet. So I realized that this approach of doing service learning was not that efficient, and we were bottlenecked by the number of volunteers coming to the school to continue constructing the toilet. Also, we are unable to follow up the progress of the toilet to ensure that it's well maintained or functional after it's built. When I shared this experience with my current teammates, the lack of sustainability resonated with us, and we thought to ourselves, is there any way of improving the quality and approach of these service learning projects? Currently in Singapore, there are increasingly more opportunities for youth to participate in service learning projects. I'm sure that students here are part of the Community Involvement Program, CIP, where students are tasked to complete at least 6 hours of CIP every year, totaling to around 60 hours of CIP hours by the end of primary and secondary school education. So with the increasing amount of service learning being done, our team started the Success Portal to promote youth to use a different approach of doing community involvement and service learning. What we conventionally use in most service learning or community development projects is the gap-based approach, which identifies a need in the community, like my earlier example in Nepal of how the school kids would need better sanitation facilities and volunteers would then fill the gap. An alternative to this would be the Asset-Based Community Development Framework, or in short, ABCD. ABCD is about using existing assets within a community to drive community development by focusing on strengths that they already have. This is in comparison with the traditional gap-based approach, which focuses on what the community lacks. Also, ABCD is not reliant on external intervention and offers more continuity and eventually self-sustaining. Since ABCD appears to be the much better approach compared to the gap-based approach, there is now more attention being drawn to it and is being promoted nowadays. So I'll now pass the time on to Kenneth, who will talk about how these existing solutions to promote ABCD are being conducted.
Thank you, Eugene. It is heartening to know that the concept of asset-based community development is being propagated through society. This allows more members of the public to recognize the benefits that ABCD framework has over the traditional gap-based approach. However, our group has identified some flaws with the current solutions that Eugene has mentioned. Firstly, many of the informational sessions held to educate people about the ABCD framework are scheduled on a seasonal basis. This means that the total outreach that these sessions have on the society is limited, and people will not always be able to obtain up-to-date information about this framework. Furthermore, after scouring through the internet to find out more about the ABCD framework, our group realized that many of the information presented about ABCD presents zero contextualization to our local youths. What this means is that almost all of the data gathered about ABCD is presented in an information dump manner where we have to go through the hassle of sieving out relevant information ourselves. Now, imagine you are a youth planning for a community service project and you would like to incorporate the ABCD framework in your project. You search the internet for ABCD framework and all you get back are lengthy articles and research journals about the framework. None of the information gathered is related to the local Singaporean context. This is exactly what we faced as a team, and this is why we have come up with the Success Portal. The Success Portal is our team's solution to actively engage youth to adopt and use ABCD framework in community projects. It is an interactive and educational web portal where youth can be inspired about the main elements of ABCD framework and ultimately be able to independently develop community service projects based on this framework instead of the traditional gap-based approach. Our portal has three main functionalities. Firstly, it will contain a list of up-to-date information about existing community programs utilizing the ABCD approach so that our users can be updated on the latest news and information with regards to the framework. Our portal also contains a contact list of external institutions that youth can liaise with for their community projects. This feature helps to streamline the planning process since our users will not need to scour through a list of irrelevant NGOs or charities. For example, if a group of youths are interested in carrying out their mission to Cambodia, our website will specify a list of institutions that specialize their efforts in Cambodia instead of displaying a generic list of charitable organizations. Last but not least, our portal aims to incorporate interactive video simulation in order to make the planning process more enjoyable and impactful for the youths. Through these features, the Success Portal aims to be a one-stop portal for youth to develop their community service projects with ease. We want our users to not have to go through the daunting process of searching up information on the internet on their own, but instead, our portal will present up-to-date and, most importantly, relevant information for them with a simple click of a button. Now, let me pass the time to my teammate, Sean, who will show you a demonstration about these features that I've mentioned. Sean, please.
Thank you, Kenneth. So let's pretend now that I'm a president of my school community service club and I want to learn more about the ABCD framework. So what I could do is that I could visit the Success Portal, which is hosted on AWS S3. So upon going into the main page, I'll be greeted with the success story, which provides short snippets of successful CSP projects that have successfully implemented the ABCD frameworks. So I could also go to the Contact Us list, which also link me to relevant organizations and NGOs so that they can value add and connect with us to work together in a community service project. Moving on to our main feature, which is the video simulation. This interactive video simulation enables users, such as youths like myself, to engage in the creation of a mock community service project. So upon choosing a target audience that I would like to help, such as, for example, villagers in Cambodia, the interactive video will then begin to play, and the video will walk you through the background information and the situation. The video will then pause at predefined checkpoints where the users will be able to choose from a variety of choices to form their own unique story path. So keep in mind that the buttons over here would be overlaid onto the video during the checkpoints. And when users select a choice, this will affect the outcoming sequence of events that happen in the video. So eventually, the goal is for users to make their choices using the ABCD framework so as to create a holistic and self-sustaining plan. So similarly, the text content shown here will be weaved into the plot of the video. So users will be able to appreciate the full process of ABCD. Next, I'll be passing on to Giles to do the wrapping up.
So thank you, Sean, for the quick demo. So how does our solution value adds to the current solution, and how is it different? So the two main things that we offer are, firstly, providing a more immersive experience. So we understand that youth nowadays have a shorter attention span. So it's very difficult to ask them to sit down and read a bunch of information. So according to Straits Times, we've learned that both teens and young kids do learn better through playing and through hands-on experiences as well. So our group believes that our unique way of delivering information by allowing them to simulate the whole process themselves is more engaging, more relatable, and more memorable. And secondly, our solution provides anytime accessibility with concise information. So based on our research, there are currently a few web sessions out there that teachers use on what is ABCD. However, we think that the main lacking part is that these web sessions are seasonal, meaning that it's only organized once in a while, and usually slots are on a first-come, first-served basis. And as mentioned by Kenneth earlier, data found on the internet is also very chunky, and it's also very difficult to find relevant information. So our application solves this issue by providing users with concise and relevant information which can be accessed anytime. So information is also framed in a way that it provides the exact steps that's needed to formulate an effective ABCD solution through the simulation. So to really sum it all up, first of all, our solution will increase the user awareness and educate them on ideas on how to adopt the ABCD methodology. And secondly, since an ABCD framework is a relatively new and difficult term to understand, we help to provide bite-sized information that is very concise and very interesting enough for the user to learn effectively. And last but not least, our portal is accessible anytime, so it can be easily shared among users who are interested in planning for a CSP. So however, our solution does not just end here. So moving forward, we realized that since our portal is pretty lightweight, it's possible to expand it to different platforms like on mobile. So for instance, we believe that the Telegram bot has the capabilities to support our simulation, and that's something worth looking into in the future. And secondly, to ensure that our solution reaches out to a wider audience, we intend to partner with community service departments for various universities to incorporate our websites as future guidelines for the students. So in the future, we can also collaborate with youth and NGOs to come up with more personalized simulations. So now we have come to the end of our pitch, and thank you so much for listening, and we'll open the floor to any questions.
Thank you for the pitch, Team Angelia. Now we'll have the 5-minute Q&A session, starting from now.
Hi, everyone. This is Sean. I have one clarification. So who is the target audience for this? Is it people who already know about ABCD and are figuring out how to involve themselves? Or is it for people who don't know about ABCD and this is a way for them to experience sort of what that feels, or what that could look like?
Sure, I'll take the question. So I think our target audience is targeted towards like anyone. So people who might have a slight understanding of what is ABCD, or someone who has no understanding of ABCD. But I think it's more primarily targeted towards people who want to like organize community service projects for themselves. So it means like student leaders who are in charge of like CSP projects. So through our portal, we can showcase them the simulation of how to frame the whole project from the top to the bottom. So be it like from choosing the target audience and choosing what organizations to approach all the way to the end. So eventually they can frame the whole project themselves, and they can understand like what is ABCD in general. Yeah.
So actually, one follow-up question to that is, if that's the use case, right, which is you're trying to help project leaders, community service project leaders, I would imagine one part of it should involve some kind of an understanding of what assets and what skill sets the group has, right, to be able to deploy. How do you think about going about doing that?
Okay, I think I take a question. If you don't mind, Sean, could you show the website again? So if you were to go to this, if you go to the next page. So over here, we kind of have this idea of, we do realize that this is a huge step in the ABCD framework as to finding out what the strengths of our community is. So, I mean, because this is a very bare bones prototype, so what we have in mind is that this is just a question to ask our users as to what they think the strengths are for their target audience, but eventually we will need to elaborate this idea further. So what we have in mind could be users can actually potentially do more research about their community, their target audience. So for example, if they're targeting villagers in the Chief Heart village, then they should probably contextualize their community service project by finding out what specialties do actually these villagers have in mind. So for example, over here we have some strengths like being handicraft people, strong in manual labor, and the eagerness to learn. But something that's probably not as relevant would be their ability to be, to be kind and be kind-hearted, because this does not really fit in well in our ABCD framework.
Yeah, I think I can expand on that also. So assets can be individuals, associations, institutions, physical assets, and connections. So actually through our framework, we can take them through step by step into separating out the relevant individuals followed by the associations up to the higher levels, institutions, physical assets. So to layer it so that the youth who access our platform can know like which asset, they can learn which asset to use every step and learn, actually can use individuals first, identify their strengths, then after that go on to the associations, institutions, find out their strengths and how to connect them together to form a ABCD framework. Yeah.
Thank you.
Okay, so here's what I like so far, right? I mean, the information on ABCD is pretty much BORING, right? So we're trying to make it exciting. But right now, how is this exciting? I mean, okay, so these people are learning about how organizations can use ABCD, but I don't know, I feel like there's a delink between your problem statement, which is saying like it's boring and nobody wants to engage with it. And I look at this and I'm like, do people still want to engage with this? So could you help me understand why I feel like there's a gap, or how would you improve on that gap based on what I just identified?
Oh yes, thank you for the question. So I agree that ABCD framework, currently what we have now is very boring, just information dump. So how our solution can make learning ABCD fun is really through our video simulation. So instead of just throwing a wall of text at youth for them to read and understand, we plan to teach them ABCD through trial and error using a video simulation. So as we mentioned, during the videos, they are able to choose multiple choices during each checkpoint. So every choice they make will impact the consequences. So let's say if they go with a very narrow-minded mindset, and then they just choose to...
Sean, let me ask a question.
Yes.
Would you play it for an hour?
An hour, that will be too long. Yeah, maybe just a very short 5 minutes, 10 minutes. That will also be enough for them to learn about ABC.
Cool. That's my last question. Thank you.
Can I expand on Sean's answer? Okay, so
I think the Q&A time is up. Yeah, okay, unfortunately we cannot do that.
Sure.
Yeah, so thank you very much, Angel Yang. And that's it for the problem statement by NUS OSA.
So next up, we'll have the teams that are working on Access Singapore's problem statements. Let's invite Team Swibo here to share their solution.
Hello, can everyone see my screen?
Yeah.
Okay. Good afternoon. We are Team Swibo here, comprised of Brandon, Jue Hee, Kieran, and myself, Joshan. So today we'll be presenting our idea to tackle problem statement 1, which highlights the issue of youth not being able to accurately reflect their interests and understanding of different industries, especially when they apply for jobs. So let's analyze why this problem exists in the first place and the issue with how job matching works today. So currently the most conventional method of seeking jobs is an application with one's resume, CV, or cover letter. This method has not changed for many, many years, but there are some inherent issues with this system. So by now, we are familiar with how this system emphasizes primarily on past working experience and academic achievements. However, academic achievements are inaccurate indicators of industry-specific skills. Furthermore, resumes and CVs do not sufficiently represent one's passion or interest in the industry. Picture this. Imagine an NS man who recently ORD, but without any working experience during his secondary and post-secondary education. Now, let's say during his NS, he read enough material on data science and statistics, and by now actually possesses sufficient skills and knowledge to make him a valuable employee. With the present system, resumes and CVs may not accurately reflect his skills and interest in data science, simply because of his lack of accolades and recorded experience. This is why we've chosen to target youths, or more specifically, youths without prior working experience or internships, but are passionate and looking for job opportunities. In order to better reflect their interest and understanding of different jobs and industries, we aim to give youths the opportunity to network and directly showcase their personal interest and understanding of the industries to recruiters. So the next question is, how? Our team has identified spontaneous interviews as a possible solution to accurately represent one's interest and understanding of different industries. Unlike normal interviews, spontaneous interviews prevent job seekers from preparing beforehand and memorizing their answers. Instead, they would have to rely more on genuine interest and accrued experience when they meet a recruiter they have not prepared for, or encounter questions that require clear understanding and interest of a specific topic. Clearly, spontaneous and concise interviews are likely to accurately reflect job seekers' interest and understanding for better job matching. Now, how can we implement spontaneous interviews in a way that makes use of available technologies, all while being innovative? I'm sure we are all familiar with the common elevator pitch scenario. So you step into an elevator, the elevator doors open, and the client of your dreams walk in. They start some small talk and ask, "What do you do?" That is the essence of what an elevator pitch is. In the case of job matching, this would be a spontaneous interview of your interests and background, short enough to be done in an elevator ride. So how is it effective? A pitch highlights relevant skills and experiences and lays the foundation to begin a conversation. If done well, it presents the value that you can bring to companies and leaves them wanting to learn more.
Okay, thank you, Joshan. So here's our reasoning behind elevator pitches. They are short in nature, thus severely limiting how extensive job seekers can prepare for their pitches. This forces them to rely on their existing interests and understanding of the industry, providing a more accurate first impression of the skills to recruiters. Pitching also serves to help them expand their networks, as the brief and frequent interviews helps them to get in touch with more industry leaders and employers than the standard interviewing process. With so many interviews, they also have a better chance of building personal and lasting contacts with some of the recruiters. Now, drawing from this understanding, our solution is a mobile app, Elevate. Elevate is an application that sets up a 1-minute elevator pitches between job seekers and recruiters. Features integral to the application include a random matching process. This is important to ensure that job seekers can only rely on minimal preparation, which is one of the key benefits of spontaneous interviews outlined previously. Another interesting feature is the ability for recruiters to extend the pitch duration or even add promising applicants to their contacts to keep in touch. I'll be touching more on this aspect later. With Elevate, our service revolves around our users. Thus, the experience is crucial to our design process. In the beginning, users go through a registration process. Phone number verification can be used to tackle issues such as spam and fraudulent accounts. Next, profile personalization. For job seekers, this will include important information about preferred industries and positions. This is key for Elevate to accurately filter and match job seekers to recruiters. Additionally, they can also include a short summary of their interests and past experiences. This information will come in handy when we share about the networking system on the later slide. Finally, they'll be able to enter a queue for a 1-minute interview session. To mitigate nascent problems such as high volumes of low effort or spam calls flooding recruiters and wasting their time, a subscription model limiting the quota of calls a user can make can also be added. Such an implementation both increases the quality of interviews and heavily discourages spammers from compromising the service. This makes recruiters more likely to trust and use the app, and also encourages job seekers to put more effort into each call. Once our users match successfully and are found to be good fits for potential roles, the networking system allows them to keep in contact. Recruiters can choose to extend the call time for promising candidates and even add them into contact lists so as to set up future more formal, or even face-to-face interviews. To facilitate this, Elevate provides an instant messaging service for them to communicate seamlessly. So how would Elevate work? Firstly, we need to implement the technologies behind real-time audio and video call functionality. To do this, we make use of two open source libraries, WebRTC and Socket.io. WebRTC allows us to implement media capturing and peer-to-peer connectivity, which is crucial for connecting recruiters to potential job seekers. Socket.io, on the other hand, allows us to build virtual rooms for users to interface, while also allowing us to manage real-time data communication with our servers. For our prototype, we utilized ConnectiCube, a WebRTC-based API. They provide a simple software development kit, which allows us to implement a smaller scale version of Elevate to illustrate our concept. Now, I'd like to show you a short demonstration video for Elevate. Okay, thank you for watching. On a piece of paper, interests and passions are often outshined by another's experiences and skills. With Elevate, we can finally level the playing field and give passionate youths a chance. Thank you for listening to our presentation.
Thank you. I think we can start the Q&A.
So first off, thanks for the humor. I appreciate the jokes of the name. The judges had a fun time pronouncing, or at least I did. And then, I see your profile pictures were very unoptimized, but I guess that was intentional. So let me make sure I understand the problem, right? So you're defining the problem as like recruiters, like job seekers need more jobs, or is it like you're saying job seekers lie and you want to have a more authentic conversation? Can you just define the problem very tightly for me, please?
Okay, so to recap, I think the problem is not with recruiters. So nowadays, because we place a lot of emphasis on resumes and working experience, and once, let's say, academic grades. So for me, I can relate to this problem because I don't have a lot of working experience. I don't have many internships. All I have are my academic results from school. But then when I apply to jobs, let's say I'm very interested in graphic design, and I have a lot of knowledge on this industry, but I don't have a portfolio. But I have the skills, yet I have the interest. So the problem we are trying to face is, in this scenario, I will be able to still land an internship, or recruiters are still able to see the value that I can provide.
Okay, so as someone who's recruited at Bain, as my last startup, Conjunct Consulting Selective as well, I built the whole process. I think I've been recruiting for fellows for my podcast. I'll tell you, like 99% of people are just terrible at this age group, right? Like maybe higher, 99.5%, especially in the first minute. Like So probably like maybe like minute 10 might be, so I'm a bit concerned, right? Because you're saying you're going to give this 1 minute, but it's like everyone's going to be consistently bad at that first minute, right? And then not only that, of course, there's that part. And then secondly, I think there's also, my concern is there's a lot of unbiases that exist in, the voice call system. And so if 1 minute is literally like Tinder, right? I think, it's like first impressions, right? Based on voice. So I'm just kind of curious. I mean, you must have discussed this internally about saying like, wow, lots of people are going to face plant in minute 1. And it's also going to be systemic, right? So I'm just kind of curious, like what's, are you just like, this is fine, but we think the benefits outweigh it? Or are you saying like, do you have, I'm just curious how the internal team discussed this.
Yeah. Yes, we actually thought about it. So the 1 minute thing was the initial idea, but after we submitted it, we thought that, it should actually be 5 minutes because usually a phone interview lasts about around 15 to 20 minutes. So 1 minute is honestly not enough for a two-way conversation between me and a recruiter. So we thought that, okay, and after we submitted, we thought that 5 minutes will be sufficient. And the recruiter themselves will actually have the opportunity to increase the time if they think that the pitch is very engaging, that the job seeker is very promising. They actually have the opportunity to increase the time and to have more time to talk to the recruiter.
Okay, so that's good. 5 minutes, that's much better. Thank you for that. That's helpful. And the second thing, of course, is there's a structural component, right? So I'm concerned, obviously the good thing about resumes is that, you get to review and it feels relatively fair. Doesn't feel like there's any kind of like structural, like fairness or unfairness to some extent. But that might show up a little bit more, and maybe do you think you'll show up more on voice, or do you think this approach, or do you think it's okay? What do you think?
Can I clarify? What do you mean by biases? Or specifically what biases?
Well, I mean, I think there's some stuff that's okay, right? Like, if competency of English is a requirement for the job, that would be screened more efficiently in the process. But I'm just kind of like thinking to myself, like, maybe is this a benefit for some jobs? Like, it'll be good for telemarketer jobs or sales jobs, but it may not be so good for developers, right? I was just saying, like, I can't imagine recruiting someone 5 minutes, an engineer. So I'm just kind of curious.
So this wouldn't work as an actual interview process. It's more of a segue into the actual face-to-face interview. So think of it as the phone interview. So basically you skip all that sifting through resumes process before actually having a phone interview to confirm the actual face-to-face interview. So this is just you calling them basically to ask about their interests and everything, see if they are a good fit personality-wise before you ask them for face-to-face interview after you have added them as a contact. Yeah.
Alexis, you should ask a question.
Yeah, so maybe shifting to a more technical question. I was kind of curious, like, can you tell me more about working with ConnectIQ?
I'll tackle this question. So one of the problems we faced working with ConnectIQ was not, first of all, we're not familiar with the API itself. But what was more of a problem was the way we implemented the algorithm, since this process was very new to us. So one of the things we had to tackle in implementing the algorithm was that we often had many users try to apply for an interview at the same time, and the application needs to queue and match them up for interviews from different industries. So we needed to find ways to optimize the matches to ensure an efficient process. And doing this within the constraints of the ConnectIQ API was what was troubling us the most, actually. Yeah.
So I assume you guys had a separate queuing algorithm implemented on your own app, right? I mean,
yeah, the challenge was integrating it with the API. The API just provided us an interface to set up a video or audio call.
Okay, cool, thanks.
Okay, thank you. Q&A time is up, so thank you, Team Subo here. Next, for the same problem statement, we'll be having Team Script for Good.
Hi everyone. Can you guys hear me? Okay, great. Okay, let me just get ready. Okay, start now. So, good afternoon, judges, organizers, and fellow participants. So, we are Team Script for Good, and my name is Richard. And my team consists of myself, Amelia, Fergus, and Basu, who's not here with us today. And before we begin, let me start with a story. So when I was in year 1 of university and I was applying for summer internships, I was basically getting rejected by everyone. I didn't even get to the interview stage, right? And that's because I didn't have the past experiences and really hindered my chances. So eventually, a small startup actually accepted me, and yay, I got accepted, right? But then, wait, why did they hire me? So I went to ask them, and they said that, oh, that's because you have interest in our line of work. And like, wait, how do you know? I asked, and they said LinkedIn. And I was like, wow, that reply really warmed my heart because, while I was getting rejected, right, I was also reading up on the companies, the industries, also following people in the industry. So it's really heartening to see that someone actually recognized the work that I've put in. And that really got me thinking, why can't the other recruiters see the effort that I've put in as well? Why can't they spend more time getting to know me as a person? So for youth, I think the lack of this past experience is a very big problem. And companies nowadays actually use something called the ATS, so short for Application Tracking System, to actually automatically filter candidates using a keyword matching algorithm based on their past experiences and skills in their resume. And youth suffer heavily because of this, since the system heavily penalizes like the lack of past experiences. And so that's a problem we're trying to solve. So some may say that that's really unfair, So, but can you really blame the recruiters for this? Because you see, the recruiters have their own set of KPIs to follow, and they want to sieve out the best candidates based on as much information as possible, but they simply do not have the luxury of time to spend so long on every resume they see. So according to a 2012 study, it just shows that, recruiters spend an average of only 6 seconds per resume. And, I guess luckily for us, that number has actually increased since then. And now it's actually 7.4 seconds. Wow, what a big improvement, right? Okay, but jokes aside, as you can probably tell, there's this dichotomy between the wants of the students and the circumstances of the recruiters. Youths want to showcase more of themselves beyond their resume, but recruiters simply do not have the luxury of time to see all this stuff. So that's the gap they're trying to bridge. Introducing Script for Good. So an application that helps to showcase the youth's industry interests beyond what's written on their resume in a simple and digestible format. The application takes the links that are already on the resume, process the information, simplifies it, and summarizes the contents and present them in a dashboard. The information is simple and is catered to help recruiters with their jobs. Now, the recruiters can more accurately and quickly gauge the extent of the candidate's interests and skill sets. So how do we achieve this? Well, Fergus will now be taking us through.
So how does our application work? Recruiters can upload their resumes, and our application will do the heavy lifting by processing the information listed on their resume. Our current prototype is being shown now, where we are sieving through a user's GitHub account, a tech-related website that stores their code. In GitHub, we sieve out the industry-relevant concepts based on their past projects. For example, for this user, we can see that his skills are in information processing, as well as Java's graphic interface. Furthermore, apart from his strong interest in Java, we also can see that he has some past experiences in HTML, CSS, and Python. The website is being built using JavaScript, the server and scripting is in Python, and the keywords are abstracted using a deep neural network. Moving on to LinkedIn, we can also sieve out more industry interests, profile keywords to showcase industry understanding. Okay, so what makes our application unique? Our idea is highly applicable. Everyone in tech has a GitHub account. Every job seeker has a LinkedIn account. We're only using existing resources that are not being analyzed yet. Our idea is novel because it will incorporate the social media information of these websites. Our queries will also be highly accurate and relevant, as they are based on AI and deep learning, where our model has been trained using a large amount of relevant data. User-centric. Based on our experiments, having a person look through profiles and sieving out information takes an average about 3 minutes. With our dashboard, they are able to get the same information in just 1 second. In fact, our dashboard is even more efficient than having recruiters manually going through the sites themselves. Humans are intrinsically bad at memorizing. Studies have shown that we can only remember 7 plus minus 2 chunks of information at a time. As a recruiter, I personally wouldn't be able to remember all the information in the profile, much less across all the profiles from different candidates, let alone the technical terms that I don't even understand. So we sieve out the important information that they need and then condense them into 5 to 10 keywords. With our application, youths can focus on what they have always been doing. Be reassured that all their efforts beyond what's written on their resume will be acknowledged. Recruiters are empowered with more relevant information so that they can continue to do what they do best. The beauty of our application is that neither party has to change their way of working, and yet the gulf between them is severely reduced. So, apart from this, how can our application scale in the future? We have 3 improvements to our project. For future developments, we intend to integrate the other recruiters' applications. For example, the ATS system to complement our existing application and have a singular workflow. Secondly, recruiters can also customize the results based on their own criteria. For example, the department can list several skills that they are looking for, rank the importance for certain skills and expertise. For example, some skills are good to have and some skills are must have. And apart from GitHub, we are thinking of collaborating with other industry-specific platforms, such as DeviantArt for artists, to bring greater insights. Okay, with that, we have come to the end of the presentation. Let's bridge the gap and scrape for good. Now we'll be moving on to the Q&A.
Yeah, thanks for the presentation. You guys are clearly very passionate about this. I have 2 questions for you. I noticed that you guys wanted to use DeepAI's NLP summarizer for LinkedIn. Correct me if I'm wrong. But you guys didn't finish implementing it. Tell me a little bit about like what was like the results so far, and how would you think that it might be useful or difficult to get useful results or summaries of LinkedIn profiles?
Right. Maybe I can take this. Okay. Yeah. So, anyways, we do have the machine learning API implemented. It's just that the reason why we say that it's still work in progress is because the LinkedIn site is not integrated into our front end yet.
Okay.
But at the end of the day, we want to bring it in. So, regards to your other question about what is the accuracy and everything, right now, what we did was we used an existing model, an NLP model that was built and that utilizes extraction of keywords, right? In the future, I think what we wanted to do is actually use transfer learning to enhance the accuracy of the model to make it even more, sieve out the keywords that are relevant for a job recruiters rather than having a generic keyword extractor. Yeah.
Yeah, but how were the results? Like, how would you say like it compares to a human reading a LinkedIn profile, for example? Like,
right. So, for example, maybe I can give some examples. Maybe right now the extractor is able to sieve out keywords such as leadership, philanthropy. So this kind of keywords. But at the same time, if you look at this, you do see that there are some not so relevant ones. So if you look at the keywords, you probably see like half of the list is pretty useful and half of them is not very useful. We're trying to increase that accuracy so that stuff like obviously Melinda is the foundation that Bill Gates, right, and then set up. So we're trying to reduce this sort of not so relevant information and boost the amount of relevant keywords in the future.
So if Jeremy and Sean don't have any other questions, right? First, my other question was, how do you foresee being able to predict coding ability from GitHub? I mean, it's not directly tied to the number of lines they write, right? I mean, it is a little bit more like faceted than that.
Okay, yeah, I'll take it again. So you're definitely right in saying that I think it's really difficult. If you're talking about tech-related jobs, right? It's difficult to gauge how well this person is. I think that's where the interview stage is, the technical interview stage, for example, is always necessary to sieve out this kind of information. But even before the technical interview, you have this hiring process, right, where the recruiters look through the resumes before they even send out this kind of links. So with what we are using now, we are not trying to, rank people according to how well they are. We're trying to give like a very unbiased view of what can this person do or what have he already done before. And then it is the recruiters, right? I mean, they're trained to sieve out this kind of, to see who are a good fit for the company. So they're the ones that internalizes the information we provide to them and then make their own judgments on, who should be the ones getting to the next stage.
Okay, yeah, thanks for the clarification.
So one question I had was, I think for LinkedIn, I think it might be a bit, my personal sense, it might be a bit harder because I think LinkedIn, they've developed a whole business model around like tools targeted at recruiters, right? To be able to mine their data effectively. I think GitHub is really interesting. One thing I was surprised by was, wouldn't one of the dimensions, to look at the number of people who use the repos that these developers create, right? Like, so, if you're somebody that created a public repo and a lot of other people, right, are contributing to that repo, right, I would imagine that that's somebody that you might want to rank a little bit higher, right? Have you guys, thought about that, and what are your thoughts on that?
Okay, so I'll speak on behalf of Fergus over there. Yeah, it's like you said. I think the thing is there's a lot of ways we can enhance on this project, right? So what we realize is that there's a lot of information out there that it's very useful, but it takes a lot of time to crawl through each and every one of them. And our objective is, at the end of the day, provide all this information to one condensed format so that the recruiters can see everything in one shot. So like what you said, I think the number of people forking the repository, that's a good idea. I think it shows how active are they in the community. And in the future, maybe you can even say in GitHub, you can also follow people, right? So the people you follow are definitely like from specific industries. Those would be interesting artifacts that the recruiters can see to see whether whether the candidate aligns with their line of jobs, and also whatever technology they're using as well. I think those are all very relevant.
Okay, the Q&A time is up. Unfortunately, we cannot take any more questions.
Could I just hear Amelia's response? Yeah.
Yeah, if I may elaborate, I think specifically for youths who don't have like very developed GitHub profiles with a lot of people referring to their code, but they're also exploring different code bases and different packages, learning how to use different types of technologies. So this could be reflected through the list of import packages that we are analyzing through our GitHub analysis. So that gives an idea to the recruiter of how interested this youth or individual is in exploring technology, because they haven't had the chance to like build up a name for themselves yet. As well, similarly for the LinkedIn one, even though they haven't had like the internship experience using these kind of technologies, they can follow people who have experience using these technologies. Maybe they want to learn from other people. So you show your interest through your actions of looking for other people with similar industry experience and learning from them, or looking for people who have information that you would want to pursue to go into these industries. And that could give you an idea for youths who don't have like, the background. Yeah.
Okay, thank you Team Script for Good and judges. Now we have our final problem statement from Girls in Tech. For that, let's invite Tech Trees to present their solutions.
Hi, can everyone hear me?
Yes.
Okay. Then I'll start. Good afternoon, everyone. We are Team Tetris, and we are here to introduce our solution to support women in STEM through engaging young girls. In the last couple of decades, the world has made huge strides in women involvement in the workplace. According to a report by Catalyst, women make up nearly half of the total workforce. This statistic has also led to the discovery of increased financial results in industries with increased gender diversity. However, as of 2018, Adiva IT found that women still only held less than 25% of the jobs in the tech workforce. Clearly, there is a significant lack of female representation in STEM, and our team feels that two of the most significant reasons for this shortage lies in familial support and interest in STEM. According to a joint research collaboration by United Women Singapore and Agility Research and Strategy, 57% of boys receive encouragement from their families to take on STEM-related jobs, while only 39% of girls receive the same encouragement. In general, families are giving significantly less support to girls than boys when it comes to pursuing a career in STEM. Furthermore, 62% of girls were found to be less interested in STEM, which indicates a need to help girls discover and sustainably develop their interest in the fields of STEM from a young age. Hence, our team decided that we should support women in STEM by increasing familial support for young girls' interest in a career in STEM. At the moment, there are a number of initiatives for girls in STEM. These initiatives mostly focus on offering skill-based courses, which require a certain level of commitment and have less focus on interest discovery. These initiatives are also mainly girl-centric programs, which focus on exclusively supporting females in STEM, especially girls in older age groups. Given our analysis of the problem and the existing initiatives, our team decided on three main areas we wanted our solution to focus on. We want to help girls discover their interest in STEM concepts through a flexible program with little to no friction in onboarding. In the conceptualization of this program, we wish to pay special and equal attention to both male and female role models and take into account the diverse interests of all genders. Furthermore, we hope to cater the program to a younger audience so that we can build and cultivate an interest in STEM in girls from a formative age.
Next slide. Yeah. Thank you, Justina. And that leads us to our solution, a smart Telegram chatbot that suggests fun STEM activities for parents and their kids. And we call it STEMpy. STEMpy is equipped to engage in friendly and fun interactive conversations with both parents and their children, while at the same time suggesting STEM activities, courses, or toys for them to check out. To interact with STEMpy, you can either issue commands or talk with it naturally. STEMpy is able to understand you and react by performing your intended action. For example, you can ask STEMpy to recommend me some science activities. STEMpy also allows parents or their children to choose their favorite category of STEM, be it science, engineering, technology, or math, and then remembers it so that it can recommend similar activities from their preferred category in the future. STEMpy also provides an option to suggest activities on a weekly basis. If they opt in for that, STEMpy will schedule weekly STEM activity suggestions that are tailored to their child's interests. And upon completion of a STEM activity, STEMpy will prompt the child or their parents for feedback to further update their preferences, along with inspiring the child by featuring a real-life role model in the area of STEM covered by the activity they just did. And finally, parents and their children can also relive their experiences by viewing their past completed activities they have done. On to you, Chris.
Thanks, Sean. So what's all that? We identified three main market segments that STEMpy is in, and they are EduTech toys, STEM for Kids blogs, and STEM courses and workshops. Our product, STEMpy, serves as the bridge to connect and complement all these market players. From this, we zoom in on three leaders in the STEM for Kids market and compare them in a competitive profile matrix as shown. First up, we have the Lavender Spaceship Project. They provide personalized STEM enrichment for girls aged 7 to 16. Software-based learning like Scratch and Minecraft. Next, we have Girls to Pioneer program by United Women Singapore. Their mission is to inspire girls aged 10 to 16 to take up STEM subjects in higher education through a series of camps, field trips, and mentorship. And finally, we have Goals for Tech by MasterCard. Their STEM education program provides self-paced teaching resources that cater to both families and teachers in 8 different languages. We then identify a few critical success factors that distributed their weights based on the importance and impact these factors have on getting young girls interested in STEM. To us, the two most important critical success factors are definitely going to be interest-based engagement for children and level of parent involvement. With a keen focus on interest discovery and parental engagement, STEMPy is thus able to compete and stand out from the competition. On to you, Hui-Ning.
You may be wondering how we differ from these competitors. While most women in STEM initiatives focus exclusively on females, our solution presents STEM in a gender-neutral light, making it approachable to any interested child. Where many solutions for children focus on skill-based education, we look to interest-based hobby exploration that engages both the parent and child. There are many online resources available, but these are scattered and decentralized. We aggregate these resources and curate hobby-based STEM activities. We have chosen to target girls in the formative age of 5 to 14 years old, allowing them to discover their interests in an unbiased way. We also target the primary reason for the lack of female representation, which is a lack of familial encouragement. Our solution also complements existing skill-based solutions by building interest in young girls. They can then go on to pick up skills from these other platforms. We also aim to provide smart and personalized recommendations, as we recognize that every child is different, and we hence hope to provide a tailored experience for each child. For the technology used, we built our application with Python and SQLite and are hosting it using DigitalOcean. We have integrated Google Cloud's Dialogflow API into our solution, using natural language processing in order to create a friendly and personalized experience for users of our solution. We also chose to use Telegram as its messaging function allows us to provide recurring updates to users. It also allows for ease of onboarding, as Telegram users will not need to download a separate application in order to use our solution. The linear flow of the Telegram chatbot is also suitable for young children, helping to ensure that they are not overwhelmed with information when using the platform. So now I'll just do a brief demo of our Telegram chatbot. Just give me a moment. So this is our chatbot Stampy. You can do something like, "Hi there," and the bot will introduce itself to you. And then you can see something like, "Who are you?" The bot will ask you for your name, and you can say, you can give it your name, and it will actually remember your name and use it in future conversations. And then you can see something like, "What can I do?" And it will kind of tell you some of the things you can do. You can use the command activity to ask for activity from the bot. And this will actually show the duration, the materials you need, and a link to the web page. And if you wait for a little while, it will actually ask you to rate the activity. And this is, for now, comes out immediately for the purposes of the demo, but this duration can always be extended to kind of interpret how long the activity will take, and then it will prompt you to rate it. So after rating it, if you wait for a little while, you can also actually indicate your preference. So for now, it's set to science. You can set it to something like tech. And then you can see something like recommend me a course. And it will actually show you a technology course, just as how you've said it previously. And after you rate it and indicate that you are done with the course, it will actually show you a role model in this area. So previously I chose a technology course, and so it will show me a role model technologist. And another feature of our bot is to request for updates. It will actually send you updates on on STEM activities, and you can also tell it to not update you if you prefer not to receive notifications. And another feature of our bot would actually be to show the completed activities. So because I've completed this activity, I can actually go back and revisit this activity because we know that many kids would like to do the same activities over and over again. It will actually show you the activity that you've tried out previously. So that's it from us. I think all of us really enjoyed this project very much, and we hope that you've enjoyed this as much as we did. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you, Team TechTrees. Now we shall continue with the 5-minute Q&A.
Awesome, great, thank you. Maybe I'll start. A great presentation and demo, so thank you, team. I have a couple of questions. One, I know you targeted it for parents and kids, so I'm just wondering, do you have a target audience amongst the two, or do you think it's something that both parties can use? Is it something that both older and younger audiences can use? And the second question is more around your technical solutions. So I was wondering, right now, in your bot, is it part of all the sources that you have? Is it part of a database? Are you doing a live sort of web search? If you could just run us through that. Thank you.
In terms of the target group, we are targeting both the parent and child. So I think because we have integrated Dialogflow into our solution, this actually allows it to kind of be trained for both categories and be able to respond very dynamically to either age group trying to ask questions. I think we wanted to make this an option for, in the case that maybe a parent is too busy, the child can also take charge of his own journey. And in terms of the resources, the database, yes, it's being stored in the database, which is hosted on our server. And in terms of web search right now, that's not an option, but I can imagine that it would be really easy for us to, I think the reason why we did not want to do direct web search was in case, some of these activities may not be that appropriate for our solution. And so we wanted to ensure that there will be a way to kind of filter it out. So in the pipeline, I think we also brainstormed some ideas for future development. And one of them would also be to perhaps create a portal for people who would want to help this cause and we can then kind of have some form of moderation for the activities, the courses that are being put into this database. And yeah, this portal will be, for maybe an educator role where they can kind of submit and enter into the database any relevant activities.
Thank you. Maybe just another question, if the other judges don't have one yet. Telegram, I think that's great. You've mentioned there are already so many people using it, so you've integrated in that. How sort of adaptable is this bot to use in other chat apps? And do you envision this in the future, I guess, being an app or solution in itself? Any thoughts on that?
Okay, if no one else wants to add on, I can. For us, we have the Telegram bot separate from an API. So this API is actually, we will kind of request /activity, and this will, the server will actually produce an activity. So that makes it very easily integratable into any alternative solution. So another kind of chatbot or even potentially a web platform as well. This would be totally separate. The front end bit is kind of totally separate from the database itself. So any of these multiple solutions would still have access to this database.
Right. I think I want to just add on as well. I think our current database is quite integratable into other solutions as well. But due to time constraints, we picked Telegram as a rapid prototyping tool for us to showcase our system. But in the future, I think this kind of system can also be integrated to, say, institutional platforms, maybe perhaps online portals where students are able to access, and maybe schools can use it as part of their system where students can actually chat with the chatbot on their own platforms, in their own integrated school platforms, and they have it all in one place instead of having to download Telegram.
Okay, well, that's awesome. Finally, someone who's not trying to create another app on my phone. So, so I guess a quick question here is, we're talking about age groups. I have a 4-month-old daughter. how do you intend, you kind of like gave some resources, activities. Do you feel like that's sufficient to achieve, or you're okay with this tight, kind of like definition of how you intend to deploy?
Could I just clarify, you mean in terms of the kinds of things we are providing, it's restricted to activities or courses right now, or?
Yeah, maybe another way to ask the question is, you're targeting a bunch of different age groups, right? So, do you need more resources or materials, or is that, planning to be pure digital?
Oh, in terms of physical resources, is that?
I think I can take this question. So for now, right, since the problem statement was actually focusing, and the statistics given by Girls for Tech was actually focusing mainly on younger age groups and talking about getting the parents involved somewhat. So we actually started off with just wanting to do interest discovery. So a preliminary interest discovery in that sense, getting children to start thinking about, oh, maybe because I'm interested in these STEM activities, maybe I want to explore my interest further. But definitely, if we go on with this project or any future development ideas, I think maybe doing something like having a course, a more extended course, a more committed course would be something that we would love to kind of explore if given a chance, once we've gotten users past the initial stage of just discovering their interests, and we go on to them sustainably continuing to cultivate their interest.
Okay, the Q&A time is now up. Thank you, team TechTrace and judges as well. Then last but not least, let's invite STEMquest, who has also been working on the problem statement from Girls in Tech. STEMquest, please.
Hello, can you hear me?
Wow,
Sorry. Mute yourself. Okay, mute. Hello, hello. Hello, can you hear us?
Yes.
Okay.
Now we can hear you.
Okay.
So let me just share the screen for a moment.
Me, where you?
Can you share screen? My mom is on.
Okay, hold on. Let me try to share this one. All right, can you see it? All right, you can see my screen, right?
Yeah, we can see your screen, Sumit.
Okay, great. All right, good. Then I'll start first. Okay. So, hi everyone. My name is Ryan, and together with my team, Weda, Sumit, and Anne, we are here on a quest to inspire more young girls to join us in the exciting world of STEM. So, 7 years ago, Debbie Sterling, CEO of Goldie Blocks, a toy company out to inspire the next generation of female engineers, spoke at TED about the worrying gender gap in STEM. Then she quoted, only 11% of engineers in the US are women. 7 years have passed, and today that number has not changed by much. In fact, the number has only increased by 2%. So women continue to be heavily underrepresented in STEM careers, and in addition, the stereotypical portrayal of men and women in mainstream media certainly does not help this. We feel such stereotypes conform the environment around them and paint an image in which they fail to ever imagine themselves in these roles. In short, they feel disconnected, failing to make connections between what they learn or are exposed to at young, and STEM fields in general. So we have designed our solution to specifically address these two problems. Number one, in order to break the stereotypical portrayal of men and women in STEM roles in mainstream media, our solution incorporates the strategic positioning of influential women in STEM, whom our young girls can emulate and aspire towards. Number two, In order to address the growing disconnect from STEM, we understood that our solution has to get them excited about these subjects starting from a young age, statistically from 10 years old onwards, where they tend to start thinking deeper about their future. So it does make sense for us to pursue the idea of a mobile augmented reality game, sorry, Jeremy, since it is accessible to them anytime, anywhere. So why is this important? We have all observed the trend of how many young kids today own a smartphone. Gone are the days where I spend more time watching TV shows such as Debo the Give Dragon rather than playing on my Nokia phone. The current reality is that smartphone usage today is a top usage of tech among young kids. Mobile gaming is a huge contributor to increased smartphone usage. And the mobile phone gaming market is set to expand by $44.6 billion in the next 3 to 4 years. AR technology is one of the rising trends in this field, and many games have taken advantage of this. Most recently, Pokemon Go was a huge success, and we wanted to tap on this popularity. Now, finally, research has shown that games can develop problem-solving skills in players, which is a crucial attribute to do well in STEM careers.
Okay, so now I'll walk you through the solution and show a glimpse of what we have visualized. One of the key features of our game would be the use of established female figures in the STEM fields. This not only gives the young players exposure to these figures, but as the game progresses through the various missions, we hope to form a small connection between the players and the characters, hoping to inspire the players to subsequently try finding out more about them through other platforms. At the same time, build their interest in the fields that these professionals work in. We have also incorporated a social component into the game, as kids might be more inclined to play the game by seeing their peers play the same game, as well as compare progress and help each other out. So through this, we hope to bank on group learning to maximize the benefits of this solution. By combining these features, we hope to reduce the disconnect between the industry and the kids. We aim to provide a variety of quests that we will slowly expand to the various roles across the STEM industry. So this is a few pictures of the prototype that we have created. So as mentioned, this is an artificial reality game. So we will configure some of the missions, the locations, as well as the tasks that the players have to go through. We hope to make this game engaging and fun and interactive, as well as something that they can bond with other players on. Through this, we hope to take the learning outside the classroom. So here's our prototype in a bit more detail. So on the first slide, for instance, I mentioned that we want to strategically place these actual professionals into the game. So we have chosen, for instance, Helen Grainer, who is the founder of iRobot and a very well-known figure in the STEM fields. So if a player wishes to choose this character, then he will go through with the character through all the missions and hopefully try and connect with the character along the way. So at some point through the game, maybe at the end of a quest, the player will get a chance to learn more about the character that he had played and hopefully try and find out more about this after he's done playing with the game. So of course, at the moment, this is a minimal prototype for demo purposes. And we are currently looking at more advanced platforms such as Spark.ar to perhaps give a better idea to us about our capabilities and what our development framework would look like going ahead.
So of course, to make it more fun for children, we have included a reward system. And this concept is pretty simple, where the young players will earn points when they complete quests, and they can exchange these points for rewards like shopping vouchers or entertainment services related to STEM. So this does require us to source for partnerships on our end with companies who support youth or STEM education. And in fact, one big goal that we hope to achieve is to also onboard big tech companies like Google or Micron to provide learning opportunities or conduct workshops for the high achievers who scored a lot of points, as we feel that this provides a holistic experience for them by experiencing what life in a big STEM company really is like. And this enables them to dream further, and we feel that this really closes the loop on how our kids can be inspired by STEM.
After we talked about our prototype, so we also did a competitor analysis to find out what other people are actually doing. So we found out there are a lot of games out there, but very few of them are on STEM. And in general, for games that are related to STEM, most of them are like pretty specific. So like they target either chemistry or like plants, or like if you look at the slides, like Bobo Explore slide. So they are really specific towards a topic. But what we want to do is we want to expose the children to more topics in STEM. So for example, chemistry, engineering, maths, or even software development. So for STEM Quest, we want to create a platform where children will be able to explore many different things, because at their age, when they are the most curious. So we want them to go out there and to explore as many different things as possible. Yeah, and also because children at that age might not understand what they are actually interested in. So we also felt that exposure is one thing that we want to provide to them, so that they can use our game to find out what they actually are interested in. So if you look at the relatability axis on our competitor analysis, so for these games, for quite a lot of the games that we have identified, even though they are fun, but they are not necessarily relatable. And this is one of the problems that we have identified. So in our interviews, we found out that children tend to think science to be more fun when they are still in primary school. So when they are still learning about like life cycles, or like maybe how the earth rotates around the sun, that kind of thing. But when they go into secondary school, they kind of lose interest because of all the mathematical equations that come to play, and it gets so much more complicated. So what we want to do is, while we want to make it fun for them, we also want the game to be relatable. So players will be able to know what is this knowledge for and how they can apply to their everyday lives. Yeah, so as mentioned before, we also aim to use strategic positioning of females in STEM in our game to further show that not only boys can play or enjoy STEM, but girls too. They can enjoy STEM like in a game form. So next. Yeah, okay. So as engineering students, we hope to see equal representation in STEM. Of course, the problem statement is about how to get girls interested in STEM, but ultimately our goal is to have equal representation of both males and females in STEM, so that there's equal representation and both sides can contribute to STEM equally. So through a fun and interactive game, we hope to get more children, and of course girls between age 10 to 14, to be interested in STEM and eventually appreciate the value that STEM provides. So this concludes our presentation, and thank you for your attention. Yeah, so we're opening questions to the floor now. Thank you.
Thank you, Team STEM Quest. Now we have the 5 minutes Q&A session.
Great, I can go first. Thank you so much, STEM Quest. I think it's a great idea. It sounds super engaging. So my question is more around, if this can be implemented. So number one is, if you mentioned you've built the prototype, so if you could just run through what you've built in the 2 weeks on this idea. And I guess following that, of course, I'm sure there's a lot more development to do here. So what do you think are the challenges when it comes to developing like an AR game? Yeah.
Okay, so thank you for the question. Maybe I'll answer that since I spoke about the prototype. So just going back to the slide. So at the moment, what we have done is only designed visual images of what we hope to build the app towards. So like I mentioned, in terms of the artificial reality aspect of it specifically, we'll still have to consider other platforms to try and visualize what is the capabilities required to pick up this platform, as well as how far we can push the capabilities of whatever platform we are using to match our vision of it. So in terms of, I think that development-wise, we are still looking at a large timeline that we can't really pinpoint at this point in time. But we hope to incorporate the key features that we mentioned, like, so for instance, the characters, the storyline that helps the players to connect, as well as the incorporating the job scope of these professionals into the game. So in terms of challenges that we might face, I think one of the instances would be how many different tasks can we come up with? What are the different fields or job scopes that we want to focus on initially? And then how can we go about expanding that? How can we make sure that players don't get bored or demoralized if they are unable to complete a certain mission? And how can we incentivize the group-based learning aspect that we want to incorporate into this? So I think these are some of the challenges that we might initially face, and we hope to find a way around them. I hope that answered your question.
Yep, sure. Thanks, Sumit.
Thank you.
How much did you accomplish technically, from your perspective?
I would say we are at the A of BCD. So yeah, we are pretty much at the very starting phase, and but yeah, it will be interesting to see how far we can progress into this, because of course it's going to be a challenge to look into the field of AR, which I think none of us are familiar with, but it'll be a good challenge to take on. So yeah.
Just a clarification, what's the target audience again for this? I know you mentioned young kids, but
yeah, sure.
Age range that you guys
10 to 14 years old. Because statistically, those are the kind of age where they start to think deeper about what they want to be in the future. So we're looking at maybe primary 5, primary 6, Sec 1, Sec 2, this kind of range.
Got it, thanks.
Right.
And I guess, sorry, just then a follow on to Sean's question for, so I'm imagining this to be like a Pokemon Go sort of game. So they have to physically go to places to finish the quest, which is great. I'm just wondering, for the age range that you mentioned and for the problem statement, do you think that's feasible for them to physically go and finish the quest, or would that have to be tweaked so that they can do it at one place?
Yeah, that's a great question, and something that I think we forgot to point out. So we did think if we are looking at the aspect of making the players go around to various venues, would it be feasible from a young student point of view? But I think there is more that we can do in terms of expanding our tasks that we can incorporate into the game. So of course, some of the locations might not be feasible for students to travel to, especially alone or even in groups. But I think there are some locations that we can incorporate. So for instance, what are the facilities in their education in like the schools that we can tap on? What are some of the educational institutes around, or some venues that are catered to allow children to be around them? So this is also an important thing to look at going forward. I think, thank you for the very good question.
Yep.
Okay, thank you very much to STEM Quest. Oh, you can stop sharing the screen now.
Okay, thank you for your questions, and thank you for your time.
Thank you, everyone.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. And with that, we have come to the end of the presentation and Q&A segments for all of our teams. So thank you again to all of our 10 teams. Your solutions are really wonderful, and hopefully they can be implemented eventually to do real good for the communities. And for the next 25 minutes, the judges will leave to discuss the prize winners. In the meantime, please take note of this. Here are the details on the collection of swag or like merchandise for all participants, as well as prizes for the prize winners. So if you are planning to come and collect, please fill in the form at tinyurl.com/HFG collection regarding the dates and timings, as well as the collection points. If your teammate is collecting for you, you do not need to fill the form in. Please take note that for the collection points, for non-UM students, you can only collect at Cambridge MRT, as you are not allowed to come to our campus. But for NUS students, you can choose between University Town and Carriage MRT. Yeah. Also, in the meantime, please fill in our feedback form at tinyurl.com/hfg2021 feedback. We'll be sending these links on the chat. Yeah. And for now, we'll be taking a 20 minutes break while the judges are selecting the top 3 teams.
Also, by the way, these are my words. I did write this, and this is from my heart.
Hello everyone. We have finally, the judges have finally come to a consensus, and welcome back to Have for Good 2021's grand finale. Before that,
Before the announcement, we'd like to remind you there are some really attractive prizes for grab this year. For our first place winners, each team member will receive a second generation Nintendo Switch console. For the second place winners, each team member will receive a set of AirPods Pro. And finally, each member of the third place team will win a JBL Flip 5 portable waterproof speaker.
when we announce the winning teams, team members, please switch on your cameras and smile so that we can take a picture of you with the judges. Judges will be announcing the top three, and you are welcome to give any comments for each team. Yeah, and so I'm sure we have all been waiting for this. Can we have the judges announce?
Great. So, hi everyone. Before I announce who's coming in third place, right? I first want to say really great job to all teams, right? On behalf of all the judges and if I may, I will speak for Jeremy and Alexis. I think we've really enjoyed listening to all your presentations, it is incredible how much really how much thought has gone into all these problem statements, even in a very short span of 2 weeks. So I know it's a little bit cliche, but I will say that really great job to all teams for having made it so far. In third place for this year, we have Tetris. So round of applause to the Tetris team. And so just to give a little bit of color to how we came to this, we really enjoyed the way in which, as the team thought about the problem statement, which was how to involve more girls and women in STEM fields, right? They focused particularly on the influence of the family, especially in shaping sort of the experiences of girls. Even though the idea itself, which was basically an events calendar / recommendation engine, may not necessarily be new, right? We thought that the way in which it was approached, the UI, the interface, the experience, that it could potentially, and I think the design just generally felt like it was something that could be very engaging for kids and parents of young kids, right? Obviously, I think a lot of it will depend on how it's actually implemented, right? But we really appreciated that. For instance, that just even looking at your mascot has this very light feel, and I think that kind of thought actually the UI spans across the experience of your app. So congratulations to the team, right? And I hope you guys will actually take this further.
I'll be taking the photo in 3, 2, 1. I'm sorry, please smile again. 3, 2, 1. Okay, got it. Thank you.
Okay, we're going to show this second. Okay, there we go. All right. Thank you so much. And in the spirit of extended comments on behalf of the judges, but also to make this more painful for everyone while we wait, But I do want to say thank you for making this judging panel hard. As you saw, we had extended the time by another 15 minutes to thoroughly debate. So picking the final three was not that easy. And I want to say congratulations to second place, which is the social census. So feel free to come on stage right now. Social census, I think what y'all did well was that you had a beautiful set of articulation from the problem, the needs. I think great presentation, great Q&A. It's just so beautifully. The design was done. You even gave us the links so that we could play with the demo and prototype ourselves. So well prepared. It was just a very painless process to go through. And so it was a beautiful thing. And obviously, I think we look forward to the team, obviously thinking and proceeding along the feedback that we had given to the team, which was about how we articulate that, how we bridge divides, how do we break bread across different things. But yeah, I think this was very much like which was the top 3 out of the thing and which was the top 1 or 2 out of the lot, rather than anything necessarily bad with the social census. I mean, look at your backgrounds. You guys even designed it with the Linktree thing. Like, look at us with our random rooms, right? Anyway, so well done at least for that. I recognize you for that. Yeah.
Okay, I will be taking a photo. Okay, rest my Sorry. Okay, 3, 2, 1. Yeah, okay, thank you. Sorry, just now there was a bit of a miscom. Can we have the place team take a photo again?
Oh, we missed the photo.
Sorry,
Okay.
sorry. Yeah.
We're doing it again. Okay.
Yeah, we'll do the place team again. Okay, camera smiling. 3, 2, 1. Okay, good. Okay, now thank you. Now we can move on to the first phase.
Yeah, so yeah, congratulations to everybody. It really, I mean, for completing this whole process, I really, like Jeremy and Sean said, I was very impressed by the quality of submission and like really within 2 weeks, like that all of you guys built like a complete product that is like demonstratable, multifaceted, back end, front end, and like some other crazy ideas out there. Really enjoyed the whole process. So for the first place winner, it was very difficult to decide, but I think we chose the idea that was like completely moonshot. Like we've never heard of this kind of idea before. It's a little bit greedy around the edges, so definitely could be cleaned up. But what we really liked was Sui Bo Kia. Maybe next time you guys can make your name a little bit easier to pronounce. But what we really liked about your team is that, like, I mean, it's an idea that like we've really not heard of before, and it's like completely moonshot. Like, okay, so like we're like this is a hackathon and we want to promote like crazy ideas. So, I think the other thing that was worth mentioning is that Sean and Jeremy can both see use cases for your products. So maybe you guys should talk to them after this. But yeah, I think it really was a very interesting idea, and like I mean the tech behind it was not simple as well. So yeah, good job, team.
Congratulations, folks.
Number 1.
Hey, sorry. Now we'll be taking a photo. Wait. Okay. In 3, 2, 1. Okay.
Wait, sorry, our teammate isn't even here.
Oh, okay, is he coming?
Didn't expect to win, I guess. Anyway.
Okay.
Sorry, that's not we expected to win from the start.
Okay, got it. Is he in now?
Yeah, he's in now. 3, 2, 1. Thank you.
So I have one question on this. Can you explain the provenance of your name? What does that mean?
Hello. Can you guys hear me? Oh, maybe not.
No, it's Dre. Dre, please answer for him.
Oh, okay. Our name, we decided to name the project properly, but not ourselves. It was just a joke from 10 years ago when we were all still friends.
Yeah, what's the joke? No.
It would take more than an hour to explain.
It's Hokkien, right? Okay.
Yeah.
Got it. Okay.
Wait, can all of you guys try pronouncing it? Just so to see how many people on the team can actually say it.
You're trying to embarrass us, everyone.
Yeah, no, you have to say it. No. Come on, go around. You say as a group. Oh, come. You all must say as a group all the time, right? Come on.
Wait, can anyone hear me or not?
Yeah.
Because I'm outside. All right.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. Do we do it on a count of 3?
Yeah.
Okay, Jocelyn, you ready? I'm you.
Come harder up, please. Can harder up with me. Harder up with me, Joshan.
Wait, he needs 1 minute. Okay, huddling up.
Joshan, harder up with
Joshan.
me. Please.
Okay, 1, 2, 3. Basically.
Maybe we should take it back.
Suibohia, yes. So it's pronounced Suibohia. There's a lot of meaning behind it, and it really encapsulates our friendship for the past 10 years.
9 years, actually.
Okay, well, look forward to you guys raising your Series A with that name, or maybe not. And then, let's go. What's next step, organizers? Yeah.
Okay, congratulations to all the winners. Once again, thank you so much to our judges, Jeremy from Monk's Hill Ventures, Sean from Better.com, Alexis from Open Government Products, Willing and Josephine from OSA, Ash from Girls in Tech, Teresa from Give It Forward, and Edil from Access. Thank you so much once again for taking the time of your weekend to be here this afternoon. And once again, here's a shout out to OSA, Quest Ventures, Sustainable Living Lab, and PayPal as our sponsors, and also Girls in Tech Singapore, Give It Forward, and Access Singapore as our partner NPOs.
Hope you have all enjoyed tuning in to watch our finalist team's presentations and had a fulfilling time with us at Have a Good 2021 the past 2 weeks. So remember to follow DSC on social media platforms for more fun events, and hope to see you again next year. And that's it for Have a Good 2021. Thank you, everyone. Thank you, judges.
Thank you, everyone.
Thank you.